this shit started on a Friday night. First of all, shout out to everybody who's going home for the weekend, and my blessings to the ones like myself that have to do some work on Saturday. Let's get this. I'm not gonna do Christopher Gray yet. I'm not gonna do Chris and the Dolphins yet, but as you can see on the screen, they're gonna be stories. One of the stories tonight, and I'll get to that in a few minutes. I'm gonna get you first to um, get you first to get you around the league tonight. You know the story. Dolphins, by the way, announced that they're moving away from Ryan Fitzpatrick. I told you guys, watch who they sign as the backup quarterback. If it's somebody like a Jacoby Brissett, then from the news I'm going to read you tonight, and I know Pete's not going to be happy, but they're going to definitely move this third pick for a team that needs a quarterback because a lot of people are onto Zach Wilson right now. Let's say the Jets go on and take Sewell at two. All of the Dolphins are going to get phone calls for Zach Wilson. I think the Dolphins, and I'll get to it more, they're hoping the Jets do take Sewell because they know that teams are going to be bum rushing them for that third pick. And I told you guys a month ago tonight that the Dolphins said that the third pick was in play. And if you see that headline, oh yeah, that third pick is in play, which tells me they're going to keep Tua Tagovailoa over. And guys like Pete and others who want Deshaun Watson, I don't think that dream's going to happen if you're a Dolphins fan. But we'll talk about that in a couple of minutes. I'm trying to look around and see what's happening. I'm going to give you tonight in the NBA and tonight in the NHL. I can tell you right now in the NHL, Carolina and the Blackhawks are playing. I know people don't care about that, but that is a big game tonight. Blackhawks, they infuse youth with their old champion groups of veterans. They're 9-5 so far, good for the Chicago Blackhawks and their fan base. Abdul Jones and company. I'll tell you the rest of the hockey situation tonight in the NHL. I'm getting to it right now. Calgary is at Edmonton tomorrow. I will be there for that one. Edmonton and Calgary in about 2 hours. The Battle of Alberta, Washington and Portland tomorrow. Let me give you the whole NHL card for tonight. Let you know what's going on. Florida's at Detroit. They already started. Blackhawks, I told you nothing of Edmonton, Calgary, later, and Winnipeg at Vancouver. And then tomorrow we got some afternoon games. Rangers in Washington. I will watch that one tomorrow. I won't be up here tomorrow. I'll be taking my days off tomorrow. But it's a big hockey card tomorrow. Maybe I'll come up and just do sports all day. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? But that's the NHL tonight. Florida. Oh, Florida scored, so 1-0. The Florida Panthers have scored. They got on the board first just now, so the Panthers are up 1-0. So Panthers up 1-0. Blackhawks, I'm watching that right now. Edmonton, Calgary, 90 minutes. Winnipeg and Vancouver in about 3 hours from beautiful British Columbia. N.B.A. just started. You got Golden State and Orlando. Orlando up 20-13. Denver up 15-5 over Cleveland, Atlanta, and Boston about 10 minutes. Chicago and Philly in 10 minutes. Oklahoma City at Milwaukee in about 45 minutes. Memphis 45 minutes against Detroit. Phoenix at New Orleans. Zion is playing very, very well. That's in about 45 minutes. Toronto, Minnesota, 2 hours from now from Minneapolis. Utah at the Clippers is the late game tonight. That's at 10 o'clock tonight. That's in about 3 hours from now. All right, let's get to the major story tonight. And that is it right there. What's up, General? Manzano, you better get up here. You're going to like this. This is Dolphins tonight, folks. We ain't doing no NBA. This is Dolphins tonight. Manzano, I'll get you up in a minute. That is the headline right there. Now, what do that mean? About a month ago, I told you guys that Chris Greer said that the third pick is in play. And tonight, basically, what has happened is, yeah, General, get the hell up here. I'm going to put the link in a second. I'm just going to do this monologue real quick. Basically, what Chris Greer is telling you, Dolphin fans, is this. Is that the third pick is definitely in play. Now there's rumblings that the Jets can take. They're going to trade Donald. That's most likely. But word is tonight, or really earlier today, is that the Jets are going over the place. They can take Wilson. They can take Sewell. If they take Sewell, the Dolphins will definitely put that third pick in play, and they are letting Carolina know you can have that pick. And Mr. Miami's here. What's up, buddy? And I said this to you guys a month ago that I heard through the grapevine that third pick is in play. It's in play now, officially. And the Dolphins know who's going to come up and get it. We know who's going to come up and get it. Everybody in the sky, hit that like and subscribe button. That's all you have to do. It's interesting. I put the link in the chat room. Anybody wants to come up. It's interesting. General's in the house, great one. Devore is here. Hope he pops up. Manzano's here already. Great one. Come on up, bro. We want to talk about this. Good evening to all the sisters out there. Going out to dinner tonight. It's a bad weather night anywhere. We had another 8 inches of snow here in Bronx, New York, the last day and a quarter. And it's going to be interesting. Great one. Yeah, he'll be up soon. Dolphin fans, this is you tonight. We're going to talk about this all night tonight.
How is Lauro doing in Houston with all that snow, by the way?
Oh, I don't know. I don't mock him. I mean, I look at Lauro as a good friend. He doesn't look at me that way no more. I'm cool with that. But Manzano, you've been a breath of fresh air to my program. Good evening to do. This is right up your alley. Get up here, Jefferson. Get your ass up here. Link is in the chat.
For me,
Get your ass up here, Jefferson.
This is what I think is going to happen because there's rumblings that Xavier Howard is possibly.
Yeah, he wants out. I will talk about that. He wants out of Miami, Xavier Howard. So we will talk about that too. Pete, your worst nightmare. Look at the headline. It is legit. Christopher Greer, I told you guys. He wanted to trade out that third pick. And he's going to get a king's ransom from the Panthers for that pick. The Broncos are in play too. I get the feeling Drew Lock will come to us. And he will compete with Tua because the Broncos want a new quarterback. They don't give a damn about how they get it. So look at the Panthers and the Broncos as trading partners. That third pick is definitely in play, which tells you if you are like uh a guy like Pete who wants Watson, that's not gonna happen. Most likely it's gonna be Tua in 2021, and I'm telling you right now, like Carson Wentz, Tua's gonna have a chip on his
A
shoulder
huge,
as big as Mount Kilimanjaro.
yeah. And Mace, this is another thing. Honestly,
Yes.
what's happening too? I think Brian Flores and Chris Gear come from the Bill Belichick way of thinking. If they can move off of there, and even though they re-signed Byron Jones, then I think they might draft Caleb Farley at if they trade down with the.
Rumor is they're gonna make him. They're gonna make a lot of these guys they signed last year restructure. That is the rumor. A lot of the players they signed last year, especially Byron Jones, they're gonna force these guys to restructure or they're gone.
Yeah, that's
So
what I'm saying. I honestly think what's going to happen is the Dolphins are probably they drafted Noah Igbenogany in thinking that X is going to cause a
they
problem
may
with his
they,
contract.
they may take Surtain's son.
No, I think that honestly, I think they prefer Kayla. I honestly, when it comes to the corner position, I think that the two guys they like are J.C. Horn and Caleb Farley. When it comes to the way they want their corners to play, because those are pure man-to-man corners and stuff like that. And Sertan is a zone man corner, zone man. If you know what I'm talking about, like he played a lot of zone when he was at Alabama.
Yeah, I
So
know
I
what you're
think
saying, bro. I
with
know what you're saying, Manzano. That's why I have you here. I know what you're saying. Yes. I know what you're saying. And say good evening to the beautiful Nicer in the building. My little bro, Mr. Miami's in the building. Jefferson's in the building. You know, a lot of guys, Sean Jones in the building. And this is what I like. I like you guys who rock with me. I rock with you. You know?
so who do you and you're so you think if the Broncos trade up, they're going to give us Drew Lock and a second round pick
They're gonna give us
on
Drew
top of.
Lock the ninth pick and probably a pick next year, bro. What are you talking about? That's pretty high to climb. What do you think? The Dolphins is gonna go, okay. No. We're gonna get plenty for that third pick.
And
Definitely
honestly,
getting
what
definitely getting the one back for next year. Either team who's willing to trade. If the Jets take Sewell, then that is going to happen because they're scared of Atlanta at 4 taking a quarterback. Atlanta's going to take a quarterback.
there's honestly, I think uh, that's another rumor I want to talk about. Apparently, they're not going to draft the quarterback. I think they're drafting Sertan Jr. at number
I don't
4.
know about that. Andres Negron, welcome to the family. I think there's going to be more moves than what we think. I totally agree because they let it out that they're making most of the guys they signed last year restructure. I heard that today.
And I think Byron seems like a personality that would want to restructure, but honestly, what
Let me
worries
give
me about
Andres.
Xavier,
Yeah.
uh, he's more of a he's like a he's a TO version. He's a TO at the corner position where he's going to cause drama in the locker room if he doesn't get what he wants. Don't you agree? He has that TO personality where if he doesn't get what he wants, he starts causing problems in the locker room
I don't think
and
so.
stuff like that.
He's not. He's
X
nobody. No, he's nobody.
Xavier,
The best player on the Dolphins got an extension yesterday.
the kicker.
You
Honestly,
damn right.
that
You're damn right.
no, honestly, that makes no sense to me. Paying 20 million for a kicker, you have to admit that's overpaying a little bit
Yeah,
for a kicker.
but see, he's being rewarded. Man, I'll be right back. I'm gonna answer the reason why. You pay the kicker, he gets 10 million up front, and for the 5 years extension, he gets $2 million. That's fair for a kicker. He's rewarded for his excellence, and Jason Sanders is excellent. Andres, I gave you a wrench, buddy. Welcome to the family. The beautiful Nicers in the building. Manzano, give me a second. I'm going to beam you up right now. There you go. Everybody watching in the sky, eye in the sky. Hit that like and subscribe. Good evening to the beautiful Simone Love. Hope you got home okay.
So, are you expecting more snow the rest of this month, and the next month, Mace, in New York?
Even Andres Negron agrees. How you know my first two letters of my real name? I don't know. He must know me, and I don't know. Negron, where you know me from, bro? I'm curious to see this. Where you know me from, Andres? I want to know this. What's that question you getting you to say, Manzano?
Are the next few weeks for you guys? Are you guys starting to? Is the snow slowing down, or are you guys expecting more snow the next week?
One more snow day is Monday, and then believe it or not, a week from today it's going to be 56 degrees here. It's going to be high 50s next weekend. How crazy is that, bro?
Honestly,
Yeah.
it's it's funny you say that. Here in Florida, that's considered cold weather.
So
56 degrees
Negron,
is
if that's the case, how you know my first two letters of my name? If that's not the case, you gotta know me, Negron. I'm curious to hear this. Jefferson, honestly, team performed better than expected, yet not sure it will improve next year. Have to get over decade of damn team picking the bad drafts. Yeah, you're right, Jefferson. You're right. You're right on point. Andres,
honestly
if you're gonna come up, here's the link. Go ahead, Manzana.
honestly I agree with him. The drafts have been good, but with
No, they
Flores
haven't been good.
and haven't been good, but with Flores and Chris Greer, the drafts have steadily been getting better. But honestly, I don't blame Chris Greer for the previous draft. I know he
Well,
was in
let
the
me
front
ask you a
office.
question. Let me ask the chat room a question. Andres, you want to come up? Come up. Let me ask you a question, Manzano, and everybody in the chat room and watching in the sky. Do you think the reason why they're trading the third pick because they're scared to be a bust?
With Tua?
No, they're scared to F it up. Tua, I think, will get better. I'm not worried about Tungala over. If that's the way they're going to go, I'm good with it. We're going to get more picks with this next trade. I ain't worried about Tungala. I know he's going to come through. You think they're afraid if this player is a bust? Because these guys' jobs are on the line.
Yeah, I think honestly they're afraid that Sewell. Let's say the Jets don't pick Sewell and they pick Zach Wilson. They're afraid that Sewell might not be as a sure thing as people think he is. That's why they're offering that pick.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what it is more than anything else. Because, see, if they can't mess up at 8. I'm going to name some players. Let me get the Bleacher Report out. Let me bring in the draft.
Jamar
What you
Chase.
call it? Yeah, you can't
Jamar
mess up
Chase.
with the you. And he'll be gone if
Caleb
Dolphins
Farley.
make that trade. Caleb Farley, I can see that. If he's there, I can see it. Or I can see Sertan Jr. too. Eagles are letting it out just to let people know this right now. They're going to take they're leaning towards the linebacker from Florida State. I mean, excuse me, from Penn State.
Oh,
They
Michael
want a
Parsons.
leader. Yeah, they're looking at a leader at the defense. They're going defense, Philadelphia. They let that be known today.
And Detroit.
Detroit is going to take a receiver for sure. Snow coming in the spring was shifting polar magnetic field, whether going to be odd to Mid-spring, that's true. 10 years of hazing. Oh,
But
10 years.
what worries me,
10 years.
what Mace, what worries me a little bit is Dallas behind us might trade up to get a corner because they need defensive help. They need defensive back help, so they might trade up to get either Farley or Sertan.
I don't think nobody wants to trade with Dallas. I don't think so. I think
So you
Dallas.
don't.
I think you're right. They may take the DB that's left over. I can see that. But this is the big news tonight, especially for you Dolphin fans.
I think
There
the
you go.
trade. I agree with you. I think the trade partner for us that makes the most sense is probably Denver. Denver
Denver
because
or Carolina?
Denver because Denver. You're saying they're trading Drew Lock with that pick too? Apparently.
Most likely, yeah. Miami will want Drew Lock. Yeah. The reason why they will take that is two reasons. Number one, it will give Tua fair competition. Number two, remember that game I told you about? No, oh, you didn't hear me. I was rehearsing before I came on because I rehearsed a little bit. I'll say
Mm-hmm.
this now. You bring Drew Lock in, you don't have to worry about no older veteran. He has starting experience, but little patience will be tolerated by Brian Flores for Tua this year.
So you think if they get Drew Lock, the patience is wearing thin if he doesn't improve? Is what you're saying?
Yes, yes, yes. Evening, Jefferson.
Evening, everybody,
Hey
chat
Jefferson,
room.
Yeah, man.
how are you today, Jefferson?
Y'all go ahead and finish up over your points so I can
Yeah,
catch up.
yeah, okay. It's not much. All I'm saying is that I told you guys a month ago up here that Chris Greer said the third pick is in play. Now it's getting intensified because we're near free agent time and draft time. We're 68 days from the draft. We are 26 days from free agency, folks.
Okay, so let me catch up. So we
All
got
right.
the third pick in the first round and then the
Yep.
18th pick in
Yes,
the first
sir.
round.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so him implying the third pick in the first round's up for play.
Yes, he is.
Did he give any indications of what? Because Miami have been pretty goddamn like the Pentagon about secrets lately.
He was a smart
And
man. He said this during the week of the Super Bowl, the Friday before the
but
Super Bowl. He was
I gotta
smart.
give credit to ownership on this one, Mace.
The ownership is an
Like
effing clown. Because of him,
right,
he
but
won.
they
No, no, no,
made
no, no,
right
no, not
hiring
mad. I'm not.
choices.
No,
Maybe
no, no. I'm not mad.
did
I'm talking.
Mace?
I'm
Do you
talking.
think they
Yeah.
made right decisions about the hiring choices they did recently? That's my question because
Great one.
that's the
Great
nuts
one.
and
I'll
bolts
answer
of
that in
it.
a second. I'll answer that in a second. Great one. I'm gonna finish with Jefferson real quick. We're gonna have a long night tonight because that's the story to me tonight. To answer your question, the idiot owner wanted Tua. I'm pretty sure that they probably wanted somebody like Mikhail Becton at 5, and
No,
the
the
owner
owner
rules.
said actually, Mace. I disagree with you. The owner said he wanted Joe Burrow, not Tua.
Yeah, yeah,
He
yeah. No, no,
settled
no,
for
no, no. Hold on. He wanted Burrow. He wanted to trade all 3 picks to Burrow. But when they couldn't get Burrow, he forced them. The whole national media knew this a year ago. So this is nothing new. You got guys like Pete in denial. Did you know what Stephen Ross said the week before the Senior Bowl, guys? And I said it up here. You guys don't listen to me. Goes into 1 year out there. Let's say it again. He announced that Brian Flores and Chris Greer will run the entire draft. He's staying out of it. Gee, I wonder why you're staying out of it. Oh, God. One of my first
actually heard
videos, I
that.
swear to God, will be on Ross. One of my first videos, I'm gonna destroy Stephen Ross.
I looked it up, Mace, when you brought it up because I was trying to catch up with the
I'm
sports
not
and
lying
everything.
to you guys. I'm not making
You're
stuff up.
not.
When I hear stuff, I give it to you guys up front. These biased dolphin lovers, they're not gonna tell you the shit. I'm telling you guys facts and the truth. He's staying
Mace,
out
what
of
I
it
love
now.
about your
Dolphins fan,
sports
but
talk. No,
But
honestly, what I love about sports talk is, look, you can be a Dolphin fan's football, be a Yankee fan's baseball, be a LA fan NBA, could be a Canadian fan in hockey, and you could have your favorite horse that runs during the Kentucky Derby.
I
This,
appreciate that,
this,
bro.
that. No, I'm really. It's a broad spectrum of people giving their experiences, their thoughts, their opinions, and yeah, we do that. Boy, you lost your damn mind, or lady. Okay, okay, but you know what? The thing is, we're sports friends, and we're not being disrespectful. Now,
Exactly.
if y'all like hated rivals, we ain't got the hated rivals up here, or maybe I missed that night base.
No, we don't. I'm waiting for
But you
Great
know,
to come up here. Yeah.
you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean that's the good thing about it. And Mace, I kind of enjoy it because I can talk sport, and I used to be deep in it, but it got
Me
to
too.
become a
Not
problem.
anymore.
Yeah, but I enjoy it. And I
And,
still watch it. And
yeah,
after this pandemic, I might
yeah.
actually play some, you know, backyard paint. I mean, shoot. Hell, I
Mr.
might
Miami.
even pick up soccer again just because. But the thing is, it's just to enjoy the sports. We both
Yeah,
played hockey.
yeah. I
And
played roller hockey.
boy,
Yes,
as a black boy, back in the day as a child, boy, when the one, a few times you can knock the hell out of a white boy. Hockey. And
great.
oh,
man,
by the way, Mace,
there's a
Mace,
joy.
by
What's
the
up,
way,
Little
did you
Rock?
see Willie?
Oh,
Mace,
Say
by the way,
again?
did you see that Willie O'Ree passed away recently too?
No, I didn't. I did not see that, but yeah, but I'll get to that. Um, Great One Divorce said, "Why are we dropping Albert Wilson for another young receiver?" It's simple. He's younger, and they're doing everything. And I told you guys this. If we was gonna keep Tua, what's up, Little Rock? I told you guys that they will do whatever it takes to make Tua shine.
Yeah,
Told you guys.
and
You
honestly, I
guys, you
agree
guys.
with you. If we get Drew Lock, it's fair competition for Tua, and if he can be our backup. Honestly, I
Yeah,
don't
that's
think
one of them could be our backup. I think Drew
well,
Lock. It depends on what they bring in. We have to see what they bring in first. I keep telling you guys this. Gotta wait to see what they bring in.
honestly, I don't see Tua as a starter right now.
Everybody's,
Okay.
by the way, everybody, by the way, is saying hello to you, Jefferson, in the chat room. Everybody's saying hello to you.
Welcome everybody, and thank you for the love.
Yeah, man.
I don't see Tua as a starter, but I see him as a damn good possibility. All right. Only reason I'm saying it because I've got personal experience with teams I rooted for, thought might face up to, and you know what? I'm still just out of just for QB respect. I hope he becomes a Drew Brees. I hope he becomes a Flutie. I hope he becomes a Warren Moon.
He ain't gonna be no Warren Moon now. He could be a Flutie. He
Look,
can be a
look, look, look,
Flutie.
look, look.
That's a good comparison,
I'm
Doug.
just saying, my hope is for the boy.
I'll take it if he's a Doug Flutie.
Honestly,
yeah,
but you know,
I
Flutie
don't
was
think.
good for a white boy.
I don't think.
I'll be damned. Flutie pissed off my betting scheme. Flutie done did that damn thing, and Flutie was one of those magic makers.
Let's go,
I mean,
people in the
just
sky. No, likes and subscribes. Hit
just
it.
that magic.
Actually,
I hope Tua can pull back his magic he did in Alabama, and you were looking like before he got injured, that boy can go pro.
I heard it's 17 today in Minneapolis. Nicer. Let me say this. I'm going to give it back to Manzano for a second. I want to stay to the topic tonight, which is the Dolphins. What's up, Don Philly? What do you think about that ripoff you guys had yesterday? Want to come up? Is it Great One Divorce going to come up? Don Philly, come up, bro. Talk about that trade yesterday. I'm curious to hear a Philadelphia perspective. Fireman got destroyed in here yesterday.
honestly, I feel better. I have friends who are hardcore Philadelphia Eagles fans. They were upset. They weren't upset that Carson got traded. They knew he was going to get traded, but they're upset on the compensation they got for him.
Of course, that's why they was laughed at yesterday. Manzano, you was up here. Of course, that's why they got laughed at. They gave it a third rounder. I'm telling you, folks, him, Tungalova, Jerry Goff, all three of them.
And
I
Drew
promise
Lock,
you.
if you say Drew Lock is coming to Miami, he's going to have a chip on his shoulder too.
Of course. Those four quarterbacks you just named, watch out. I'm telling you, Tungalova, if they get him what they want to give him, bro, I'm glad you're in here. Do me a favor, push your big time, put your Cash App in the private chat so I can hit you up with that.
And honestly, when I look
need.
at I'm not sure if you guys agree
Well,
with
big
this
time.
comparison.
Well, big time. You got your wish because this news tonight. It was really last night. I didn't catch it until like an hour ago on my phone. That's the news from yesterday, right there. They are definitely going to trade down. They believe Carolina or the Broncos will be their trading partners. Maybe the Niners.
I don't see what they can offer us really. Though.
Oh, easy. You give the Dolphins your first. You give us your first, your second, your first next year, and probably a fourth next year, a third. Yes, you could.
Oh, that
Easily.
ain't gonna be pulled off. That ain't gonna be pulled off. Those
Why
teams,
not?
like, no, because Carolina is just 1 year off of Cam Newton.
Carolina
And
wants Deshaun Watson.
Denver still got it.
Denver announced.
Elway, right? Is
Yeah,
Elway
Denver.
still running it?
No, Denver announced yesterday. Drew Lock out. They're going to go hard for Deshaun Watson. Watson wants them. They want him.
Then they would rather use those trades to get Watson instead of
You
doing
understand,
it with Miami.
but you're
That's what I'm
missing.
thinking.
No. You're missing something. I've been saying again.
Okay.
I'm gonna say it to
Go
you,
ahead,
Jeff.
mate.
Manzano
That's
knows
why
what I'm
I
about
asked
to
you.
say. Here you go.
That's why I asked you.
If you're a team like Carolina and Denver, right? That number 3 pick Miami has is very enticing if you want to get Watson.
Okay,
What's
could
better?
you explain it to me? Because I missed it.
If you're Houston, right, and you want to trade Watson, would you want the 9th pick? Would you want the 8th pick? Or would you want the 3rd pick in the draft?
The third.
Because common sense.
Okay.
So Miami,
I'm with you.
Miami would trade down, get probably the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd this year from Carolina, because Carolina doesn't care. If they get Watson, they're happy as hell. They don't mind giving up 3 first rounders and McCaffrey. They'll do that in a heartbeat. The owner already announced it on Wednesday.
Who would they give McCaffrey to?
Houston.
Oh,
They'll give him 3 number ones.
Okay.
But that
I can now that making sense, Mace.
Yes, Miami will trade
sense.
down. They'll give Miami their first round, 2nd round, 3rd round picks this year. So Miami will even get more compensation, and Miami loves the players from the Senior Bowl. Matter of fact, they love them so much that the Dolphins is right underneath this, right above this story right here, which to us is more important. They're in love with some small school player. I think it's the The center from Wisconsin, something.
Mace, could
Yeah.
you look up who has the most first round picks later in the first round?
Later,
Is there anybody got
nobody.
multiples?
No,
Like
the teams with the
15th,
multiples. No, the teams with the multiples are the Jets at 2-23 for now. Us 3-18. Jacksonville 1-22.
25.
So there ain't no
1-25 Jacksonville. That's it.
Okay, so this year it ain't no team jammed up with like the 10th pick, and then they get like the 16th or the 18th, and then like they get the last round pick in the first round.
No.
Okay.
Next year that'll be the Jets.
That was the magical variable because it has happened, and Miami has pulled it off. I was just wondering.
Yeah, Miami had 3 first-round picks last year. 18, 20. I think it was number 5, number 18.
5, 18, and 26. And 26.
And 31. 31.
Yeah, because they traded, but it was originally 26.
Yeah, because remember
they had
that
their own pick at 5. They had the Steelers at 18, and they had the 26 from Houston.
Yeah.
Can I ask another question? I just thought about it. The second round.
34 and 50.
Is there any that's sitting on some top second rounds?
Miami's 34th. That's the second pick in the
34th.
Yeah, 34th and 50.
That ain't good.
That's great.
We need.
That's great.
No, we need at least the top 15. We need a top 15 in the second round.
Who do you want? We do have the second.
No, I'm just want to make sure we got meat and potatoes because the second round
and the 50th pick is number and the 50th pick. Jefferson is the 16th pick.
Okay, like I asked. Reason I ask you, Mace, because you're keeping me up to date.
Yes, that's what I do. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, no, and if Mace says what Mace says is true, we're gonna get maybe 45 or 39 from either the Broncos is 45, right? 45, which is a number 12.
Yeah. Or Carolina. Yeah. If it's Carolina, we're definitely getting the second, the third. No doubt, because Carolina only cares about one thing, Watson. So it's on their mind.
I'm not a draft guy. You're
gonna get it here. When you come up here. Well, you come up here, I'll give you an education about the draft. Florida Panthers up 2-0 in the Red Wings. So the Panthers keep rolling under the great Joe Quenneville, a man who I met up in Quebec City over 30 years ago. That Quebec Nordique group are great people. Yes, they are.
Is he from Canada or is he an American? Is he American?
He's Canadian. He's Canadian. And Sean Jones, before I get to big time, Sean Jones, I heard that they're still in the mix for Wilson. Yeah, you can still be in the mix for. You got the firepower to get that from Seattle, Sean. No doubt. Big time. I guess your wishes come true. You're happy now. You should feel safe.
Welcome, big time.
I had a feeling, my friend, that the Dolphins was going to keep the picks and try to get more picks and keep Tua as their starter. And I heard this a month ago. This was yesterday. It popped up on my phone an hour ago, big time. First of all, good evening to you, Smooth. And how happy are you? And I think he's going to have a good year, Dolphin fans. He's not going to be the way many of you think he is, but I think Tua's going to have a good year in Miami in 2021 and beyond. Big time, your opinion about the Dolphins looking to trade with either Carolina or Denver. Trade them. Big time now, guys. Mic on yet? Sean Jones, let me read this. Watson, Mace, not Wilson. Oh, Watson. Okay, they're still in the mix with Watson. Well, we'll see. I got bad eyes. I'm sorry, buddy. Big time, you there, bro?
Yeah, I'm here, Mace. I'm here.
Good. Elaborate on this. I found out an hour ago, but this came out last night. That it's Carolina, Denver, and probably San Francisco for the third pick, which means Tua is going to be the starter in 2021. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I want to see the kid have at least an opportunity. I mean, I think we all seen some sparks of Tua and seen what he can do. So, and I think it was better. There was more. It was a lot more good than bad. But of course, he had some learning experiences, which every young quarterback will. And I don't think you want a young quarterback as a rookie to have such an easy first year, because that's why they call it the sophomore jinx, right? Sophomore jinx. They come in the second year. All the teams understand how to work around the quarterback, and they have a scheme around them. So I think Tua is a little bit up there, coin flip in the air, because he had some really good games, some good games, and some games are questionable, but. I think he deserves an opportunity. I believe just like we talked yesterday, he should have a chip on his shoulder. He definitely should. And he should look very different this year. Physically, he should come in mentally better. The coaching staff should have a tremendous, a scheme around him, as well as him himself, knowing what he needs to do to be successful. So, I think I'm pleased with it, just because I'd like to see him get an opportunity this year. Just him, no pulling him out, just keeping him in, even bad, doing the worst game you'll ever see with him in the best. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And I think what you said about the Eagles yesterday, I agree. Your version of it, I agree with that too. Yeah, I
Big Time,
think
I have a
that.
question for you.
Go ahead. He's for you, Big Time. Go ahead, Manzana.
Big Time, do you think May said if we trade with the Broncos, down with the Broncos, they're going to give us Drew Lock. Do you think having fair competition for Tua instead of having a veteran like Fitzpatrick, like a Drew Lock, maybe if we get Drew Lock in that trade with the Broncos, do you think Drew Lock gives them fair competition, and then we have a good backup just in case? If Tua,
yeah, go ahead, Anthony. Finish up. Sorry about that.
Okay. If we get Drew Lock, let's say they're even during training camp. If it's whole training camp and Tua and him are even, but they decide Tua's the starter, and let's say Tua's not performing well, do you think we still, with Drew Lock as our backup, do you think we pull Tua out and put Drew Lock in, or we keep Tua to have growing pains and stuff like that?
All right. So this is my opinion, Anthony. Talked a little bit about it yesterday about, if we had picked up Wentz with with that steal that Indianapolis had, and I believe Tua would have started over Wentz. But I also believe he'll have a better opportunity in Indianapolis, and he'll grow and flourish there in Indianapolis. Wentz will, but so I believe that the Dolphins would not bring in Locke. Just my opinion. I think they keep Locke. I don't know why they would get rid of him, because I think he's a type of quarterback.
The new GM wants to get rid of him because that was John Elway's pick. John Elway's no longer there.
I just don't understand that, Mace. I've seen a lot of talent within Drew Lock. Yes,
Me too.
He at times he turned the ball over sometimes, but he's a young quarterback. The same way as when you're looking at what's his name in Buffalo. So when you're
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen, it's like they kind of, in a sense, besides the size, they resemble each other with just like the arm talent. I believe that they're gunslingers. You throw it. Yeah, very similar. So, but if you bring Drew Lock to this is my whole thing with the quarterback controversy. I like I told Mace yesterday, I don't believe when people talk about bringing competition in on the team. There's a difference between bringing competition for running backs, linebackers, and wideouts compared to the leader of your team. And if you're bringing a quarterback, a controversy to your team like Drew Lock, and let's say like Tua, that is a controversy that you don't need. Now that means another thing. I believe that if you do bring in Lock, that means that you have no confidence in Tua. And you don't need to bring a guy like that to have competition. You can bring somebody in that's a journeyman, not like Fitzpatrick, but you can bring a journeyman in that'll push him and make him thrive. But this is the guy that they need. This is the guy they need to go with until they figure it out, which it'll be this year. He has to prove himself this year, no doubt about it. But you don't need to bring quarterback controversy in this, because if you do, I believe then that shows that the coaching staff as well as the ownership of the Dolphins have they don't have no belief into it. That means you might as well just get rid of him. That's just my opinion.
It's like I said, fellas. Now, I opened up the show tonight with this about 45 minutes ago. Who they bring in as the backup is going to tell you all you need to know how they feel about Tua.
If they bring in a guy like Teddy Bridgewater,
he's in trouble. He's in trouble.
Teddy Bridgewater?
No. Tua's in trouble.
Bridgewater?
If they brought in Teddy Bridgewater, Tua's in trouble. See, you gotta understand something. And when
it's a better version of Fitzpatrick if you bring Bridgewater in.
Yeah, that's my point.
You're still gonna get the same result.
It's like Ites said, and he played for Fresno State. A guy like Tua, when he walks in the door, the locker room gets quiet. When someone the players gravitate to walks into the locker room at that same position, like a Ryan Fitzpatrick, the Dolphins announced today that they're not bringing him back. The locker room is all over him. They love him. It just happens.
I agree with that, Mace.
You bring in a Jameis Winston,
a talker.
You bring in a Jameis Winston here. For example,
Winston got too many chips on his shoulder. That's his problem. That's why he can't restart where he restart at.
I'm just naming the name. You bring him
I know,
in.
but
you bring in Gardner Minshew.
He got too many chips on his shoulder. It's like Cam Newton. Too many chips.
I'm using an example, Jefferson. Or you bring in a
I agree with you, though.
It's going to be a problem for Tua Tagovailoa. It's going to be a problem. But if you bring in Mason Rudolph or Jacoby Brissett, then we all know where the Dolphins are going. It's all Tua.
This is what I don't like when they do this. Just because Tua's not a rah-rah guy like a Ryan Fitzpatrick, people assume that the players don't like him. Tua doesn't have to be a rah-rah guy. He's in a way, he's like, his personality reminds me a little bit of Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson's like that, where he's not a rah-rah guy like that.
Oh, yes, he is. Russell Wilson is a rah-rah guy. He's an inspirational guy, yes.
He is. I'll be honest with you. Mace is 100%. There is Fitzpatrick that hype up the group. And then there's a Tua that the dude's pissed off he missed a block. And Tua just like, bro, you going to get the next one. Don't worry about it. You got this game.
You know what it's
a difference. And that's the difference. And look, as long as the team has faith in the QB, don't matter how the hell the QB got the faith in them. The team got to believe. They both have the quality. They just do it in different ways.
That's what I'm wondering. When you look at Tua's personality, is his personality like a Drew Brees? Where would you say Drew Brees is a rah-rah guy, or is he more like a Tua where he leads?
No, Tua's the type of guy.
Can we give him more than a year?
Yeah.
More than a year to judge him. I mean, this is his first year, so.
Jefferson, they're going to give him with this right here. They're going to give him another year. Go ahead, Big Time.
I think Jefferson was saying it perfect. That before that is that you got to give him another year. And I think if you look, a perfect example was that, and Jefferson I think was going to bring it up if I'm not mistaken. That if you look at Drew Brees in his first few years, he wasn't that rah-rah guy. He had a guy in front of him that was fluty, that was already a veteran, still pushing the envelope. And it took a little while for Brees to get his feet from underneath of him. I believe as long as the coaching staff and the ownership of the Dolphins, the whole organization is behind Tua, and they know, and he knows that they are, and the confidence level will go up. And I know that for a fact, in just my opinion, I believe he'll flourish as long as it's there, which means in time, he will be that guy. He will have that voice in the locker room, but you have to give him a little bit more time. Some guys develop a little bit faster than others. You already know that. And some guys are not the Peyton Mannings. Some guys are not the Elways or the Marinos, but they do come out to be that way, like Breeze did when he got older, especially after his surgery. When you see a winning attitude and you see that when you're in a locker room like that and you become a part of a winning organization, you start getting that attitude. You start flourishing like that.
And who was the one? And who was the one who told you guys in here, if you was listening, that I compare him
You
as
did.
Troy Aikman type?
I mean, Aikman was definitely a leader. I feel like it.
Wait, real quick. Mace, you remember that guy, that white boy that played for the Charger that was supposed to be the next best thing?
Finally.
And I can't remember his name.
Finally.
Yes, sir,
Ryan
that's it. I don't want anybody to go what Ryan Leaf had to go through. Did you see that the little documentary ESPN did with him? That boy was messed up.
Carolina 2-0 up over the Blackhawks. Let me get back to Tua for a second. Tua's the type of person that he's a coach's pet, teacher's pet. You know, he's very coachable. He ain't gonna give you no backlip. That's why Flores likes him, because he's coachable. Pete is in denial right now. Pete's in denial.
And look what they did with the coaching staff. Look who they hired to be the offensive coordinator, and look who they hired to be their quarterbacks coach, in Charlie Fry. He has experience with coaching Tua in the Elite 11 quarterbacks camps and stuff like that. So
again, I think you guys who are expecting Tua to be 4,000 yards, it's not happening. And you guys, a year from now, are still going to be
4,000?
A lot of these Tua fans do. Andre says, Petey, get on and tell them. I guess Andres is not a Tua fan. You know, Pete's not a Tua fan.
You don't have to be a Tua fan. That's fun.
He don't have to throw 4,000 yards to win a Super Bowl. Many threw a hell of a lot less than one. I mean, Jim McMahon screwed up the record.
A lot of Dolphin fans want him to, though. That's why they're angry as we speak. Jefferson. Let me read what Pete's saying now. Yeah, Pete, Andres, I guess.
Okay, I agree with that. They are angry.
Yes. The Tua excuses. Pete.
I'd like to know the excuses. Go ahead, Mace.
It's obvious.
Yeah, I know how you feel.
Honestly, what he's saying is, I could sit there and flip it on him, saying the excuses he gives for Tua and the reason why he's not that good. I could flip it the same way. So again, go ahead, Mace. I just think it's comical.
I think what you did yesterday with the Eagle trade was phenomenal. I'm serious.
In a sense, and Big Time and I forgot his
Jefferson.
Yeah, Big Time and Jefferson. I think it's unrealistic. The people who wanted to draft Tua had unrealistic expectations for him.
There you go. Bingo.
He's not a.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
He's not a 4,000 to 5,000 yards. 4,000 to 5,000 yard throwing quarterback a season. He's more maybe 2,500 to 3,500 yards.
All right, Anthony, I got something for you. Because to me, it sounds like you're drinking a lot of that Kool-Aid. So let me throw some stuff. I'm going to ask you some questions. So why do you think I mean, you should think that most of these fans are so disgusted with Tua and they don't have no confidence. Is it because everybody's sitting there comparing him to two of the guys that started in the league that did fairly decent? But you know what? If you think about it, Manzano, let's break it down a little bit. Go to Cincinnati and the Chargers. Do you think that if both Burrow and
Herbert.
Herbert would have came to Miami, anything would have been any different? And the reason why I ask that is because of how Flores ran his whole squad in the beginning of the season. So you think Herbert would have started, it wouldn't have happened. I'm telling you right now. The reason why I say that, it's automatic that it wouldn't happen because of the fact he wasn't going to beat out Tyrod Taylor. He's certainly not going to beat out Fitzpatrick. So then what's the argument there that somebody sits there and says, well, Tua couldn't beat out a journeyman? Fuck that shit. Because Herbert couldn't beat out a journeyman either up until he got hurt. So it doesn't matter on that. Then you have Burrow that has no backup quarterback. And if he would have came to Miami, the same situation would have happened. He would have been behind Fitzpatrick for a certain amount of time, depending half the year or the year. And the same thing would have happened. Now, the question is, would he have flourished a little bit more through the season? Maybe, maybe not. But the same shit would have happened. Nobody's going to sit there and say he would have started because, again, Burrow did not have nobody in front of him, and Herbert did. So if you look at those comparisons, which you shouldn't compare either of them, but the situation and how it happened, you should. You know damn well none of those quarterbacks would have started, and Fitzpatrick would have started in front of them if you look at what happened. So I just think it's funny, the comparison of sitting there saying that, well, Herbert would have been the starter. But again, Tyrod Taylor was the journeyman there. He was a starter there. So damn well Herbert wouldn't have started here either. I just think it's very funny that nobody's brought that type of argument up.
Okay. I have to sit there and kick back on the Herbert argument, but every other damn position and team he was in, he shouldn't have been. He should have been given a solid chance. Because
so LaShawn,
he's a journeyman.
Why? Yeah, but why? But why? What about Herbert?
Why do so many
what's the argument
teams
about
keep
Herbert?
recycling him? Is your question? I get it. Why so many teams want to keep recycling Fitzpatrick to be a Band-Aid? When if they could work around him, you know what? I don't need a 70-yard pass. I just need a first fucking down to get an extra 10.
Hold up.
4th and 10.
Hold up.
That's it.
Hold up. I'm going to say this right now.
Fitzpatrick fits the mold.
Yeah,
I get the journeyman he gets.
But again, the kid, and I know Pete is bristling seeing it, but I said it to you guys a couple of weeks ago that third pick was in play. What's up, Sheed? Told you guys. Let me undress first, and then I'm going to say something. I don't have Tua. I don't hate Tua. I just think he has a lot of what if, and I hope if Watson's available, we can make it way better. Yeah, he makes the team better, of course. But this is what I want to say about Tua. I told you guys. So most of you Dolphin fans overrate your talent. Okay. By the way, Xavier Howard wants out of Miami, so we'll watch that closely together as a fan base.
Where did they say that at, Mace?
Somebody reported it today on YouTube. One of these Dolphin concept creators. I heard rumblings too. He wants to get paid, and I don't see the Dolphins paying him $20-some million a year. Do you?
Nope.
I mean, the way he played. I mean, it's hard not. I mean, he's still young. He's still young though, right? I mean, isn't he?
I think he's nearing 28 years old.
I hate the first year contract after you re-sign. Everybody want to take a year off after you get that re-sign contract. Mostly. I'm just talking NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, just that way. The guy signs a new contract and all of a sudden they have an unproductive year. That kind of stuff.
I see what you're
It's
saying,
too
LaShawn,
prevalent not
but
to be a
usually that
problem.
happens when a free agent signs with another team, not when they sign with their own team. And maybe it's the schematic part of the deal when they go to another team and how they're used is a little different. But
Well, I'll include that into a point because I ain't think about it, and that's a hell of factory. Uh, I mean, damn, I ain't think about it, but you know what? That also applies. That's why I asked you, and thank you for the answer.
now here's the thing I want to say about Tua. That's all right, LaShawn, and big time. You hit it on the head. It's just you were right on everything you said, but pretty much I'm just gonna go out of the contrary and say Herbert would have done the exact same thing here in Miami, if not even better, because he would have been in the playoffs, the only rookie in the playoffs at that. But again, the whole starting situation over there with Tyrod, I don't know how to feel about that because it's a totally different situation with Fitzpatrick here. I just don't even know how to feel about that point. But man, nobody hates Tua as a person. That's the first thing people love to say. Oh, they hate Tua. Nobody hates Tua. You cannot hate a man like that. He's nice, a boy, because that's what he's like, a boy. But as a player, as a football player, on what he did on the field, a lot of people are not liking it. And that's not called hate, bro. People play bad all the time and people don't like it. That's just what it is. And for people to sit here and sit here and say, how does he get scrutinized so much? How do people talk about him like this? And then for people to sit here and bring up stats, look at his rookie stats. Look at this completion percentage. Bro, this guy was throwing to the second and third string tight ends when he shouldn't even threw it to them on that play for as checkdowns. Stats
Okay.
are meaningless.
You gotta
If
remember,
you go
you
against
talking about
Flores,
you talking about
hold on,
people and stats. That's what
stats are
everybody
meaningless.
wants you to
And then
show and prove is
wins are
your
More,
stats.
important.
more importantly, it's
Wins are
not the
important,
stats.
but then the fan
It's the
gets to sit here
highlights.
and tell me, but Tua won. He's the only one that won. But at the end of the day, the coaches didn't even believe in this guy when they needed him to win. How am I supposed to believe in him? Explain that to me. If the coaches didn't believe in him to win, how am I going to believe in him?
Well, I was going to say this a minute
Because
ago. I'll say
the
it now.
team believed in him. You saw
Well,
players play for him. When the
really, they did.
Tua was best when the play broke the hell down and he was in the game.
Jefferson, me
Remember
and you
when he started those couple of games and stuff?
I'm
When
going to say,
when the play broke down, look, honestly, can I be honest? The coaching staff,
yeah.
nobody prepped for. Everybody thought Fitzpatrick, and then we got Tua, and no one goddamn put that boy. This is your game plan. I
I'll
mean,
say,
come on, Baltimore even gave their QB, who damn he a bad mother. Wow.
he's
Boy,
okay.
he damn. Nah, I'm gonna say it right now. He is still learning the game. Tua is one of those guys that is just decent. Nobody hates him because he ain't got a hateful goddamn moment in his heart. That's Tua's magic.
I think
Okay?
desperate Dolphin fans under the age of 45 are
Hey,
tired
I
of
don't
losing.
want him to be a man that we done got rid of,
They're
and then
tired of
all of a sudden
losing.
he flourished
They
because he got
believe
a
the hype.
chance and a
They
coach that
believed.
at
They
least
believe.
make a playbook.
They believed the hype. I could have told you back in February this kid wasn't the guy. When I first came on here, I said he isn't the guy. But then
Man,
I saw the Arizona game, and I said the best he's going to be is a game manager.
Mace,
And
he
that's
wants
what's
to
missing.
win.
It
He
has nothing to
does
do with
everything
Jefferson.
so the team can
Jefferson. It
win.
has nothing to do
That's
with
a
that.
quality you can't get in
Jefferson.
any
He's
QB.
staying, Jefferson. I don't care. You see this headline? You know what that tells you? That they want to trade the third pick down and move down. He's staying. There's only one person up here that Manzano will be back. There's only one person up here.
I still think they're gonna trade the third pick and still keep Tua.
What do you think this headline says?
Fitzpatrick gone. I'm just
What do
hey,
you
they
think
were
this
willing to
headline
trade the
means?
third pick. They just willing to trade the third pick. That's
Yes.
all that headline means.
Yes.
That's all.
That's it.
Tua ain't behind the third pick, is it? No. This just a headline. They thinking about trading the third pick.
They are going to
This
trade
is the NFL.
I think they are going to trade the third pick. Now, my reason
Then when Miami does it, I'll believe it.
Well, start
because honestly, right now, I don't know what the hell going on.
Again, I'm going to start it over again. Okay? A month ago, I reported that Figueroa said the third pick was in play. It was on a Friday night before the Super Bowl. I guess it went in out of everybody's ear. I think most of this stuff.
Well, you're right. I listened to that show. You were dead right.
So let me
You're doing
ask you.
it now.
Yeah.
You backed up.
Let me ask you, mate. So this article of us trading the third pick came out today, right? The one we're looking
came out
yesterday. You know what comes out today? What comes out today, according to Armando Serragano and his sources and his inside people?
What Armando say?
They're discussing internal discussions on Watson. On what
I knew that. I knew that. I knew that. I told you guys that 6 weeks ago.
He actually did bring up the Watson thing about 2 weeks ago.
Like weeks ago, it was probably speculations and assumptions.
No. Omar Kelly, Dave Hyde, Safid Dean 6 weeks ago. Right after the Dolphins did not make the playoffs, said that they are definitely in play for Watson. I played the audio here New Year's Eve to EM and to iTech. I've been through that. There's nothing new today about them having a meeting about Watson. It's a big deal. They've been doing that for weeks. Again, guys, don't listen to Watson. You Dolphin guy. I wonder about, I was seriously considering reconstructing this platform. EM, come up. Reconstructing this platform, and I'm seriously considering doing it.
What do you mean, Mace? What do you mean?
I said this about Watson 6 weeks ago. He's making out to be like this brand new news. Where you been, bro, Mars? You was with the probe Atlanta yesterday, Pete?
What you said, Mace? I could barely hear you, dude.
I said, was you on that probe Atlanta yesterday?
Does someone have YouTube open in the background? Getting echo.
I have an echo.
No, someone might have YouTube open and it didn't properly close in the background on StreamYard, so we get an echo.
Somebody got YouTube, you're right. Because me and EM discussed that New Year's Eve. I even showed Zach Wilson tape up here. Guys left the room, they didn't want to see it, they didn't care. He's this and that.
Honestly,
do I have to be a broken record to you guys?
And I feel that, honestly, like I said before I dropped by accident, is Tua fans had unrealistic expectations for him. He's not a quarterback that's going to be throwing for 4,000 to 5,000 yards like a Tom Brady or a Peyton Manning or something like that, or an Aaron Rodgers. He's more.
He moves better than Peyton Manning. I can give him Peyton Manning arm. I mean, Peyton Manning didn't throw it down the thing. I mean, he just threw it to great receivers that can outrun a tackle or break a tackle. That's what he got.
Again,
yards after. What were you saying earlier, Mace? I couldn't hear you.
All right, I'll say it again. Did you think? Let me see something. Okay. Did you think that I said this about Watson 6 weeks ago, bro? This is no new. I said to you people that Omar Kelly said that the Dolphins weren't play for Watson. I played the recording for EM and
Oh
IS.
yeah. Yeah,
So
that kid.
what's the new news? It's not new.
The new news is today that came out that the Omar Kelly source from 6 weeks ago or whatever was from Watson's sources and people close to Watson saying he wants to be in Miami. That was that discussion 6 weeks ago. Now today
That's Danny Panzano and his people.
and today, now internal sources from the Miami organizations is coming out now. Now this is from the Miami Dolphins coming out saying they're working and structuring something to see how they can deal with this Watson situation. That's how I took it.
To me, that's no news. To me, that's no new news to me.
That's why I said.
Once Omar says it, I buy it because he was the biggest Tua supporter.
I agree. I could agree with that. That's why
Omar Kelly said it 6 weeks ago, and he said it again 2 weeks ago on his podcast that the sooner you get with Tua, the better it for Watson do it. So I need to hear. That's it.
All I need to hear is put Deshaun Watson on the trade block already, and this thing needs to hurry up and happen. Mike Florio came out today and said it needs to happen today as well. You know what? Sad that the Dolphins organization and the media, the Dolphins aren't even getting praised by the media now. There's no discussions. Oh, they're 10-6. They're good. They're this. They're coaches. They're not doing none of that with Miami. It's a trade Tua and figure something else out now.
Oh, can I ask one quick question? Did Watson put himself in a no-trade contract unless he decides?
Watson goes wherever he wants to go.
Yep.
Oh, so he is untethered by a contract.
No, he does whatever he says.
Watson is only going to go to a team that he wants to go to.
Then all right. Then now I know because that expands the options more. So now I see why y'all are going to this length to it. All right, that makes sense now.
Give me a second. Yeah, EM Bip in a second. Again, that headline right there. Okay, I know they're trading that third pick, one way or another.
That third pick is gone for Watson, bro.
Huh, Pete? We'll see.
Pete, I have a question for you.
There you go, Pete. Manzano got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Do you, in general, when we first drafted Tua, do you think, in general, Dolphins fans had unrealistic expectations for what type of stats he's going to put up during his career with the Dolphins? Like, they expected him to be throwing for 4,000 to 5,000 yards, but when realistically he's more of a quarterback that should be throwing between 2,500, maybe 3,600 yards. That's the max for him. Maybe 3,600.
I don't think coaches or owners care about stats or anything like that. I think these coaches drafted to coaches and fans. Well, I can't speak for every fan, but at least I'm gonna speak as the coaching. You went out, you used your first pick and the 5th overall pick on a franchise quarterback. This is the guy that's going to lead your team for the next decade. You have a quarterback in by the name of Ryan Fitzpatrick, who's a journeyman, who has gotten beaten out by quarterbacks that are not even in the league anymore. And for them to sit here and put that quarterback competition in play like that, and Tua not to easily pass a Ryan Fitzpatrick at this point of his career. I mean, and also bench Tua for Fitzpatrick later on in the season. That's it, bro. That spoke a lot. Like you don't want your first round pick quarterback to get benched. You just don't. So when he got benched the first time, the second time, it was like. And that's why I'm starting to lean a little more to Mace as this is a Stephen Ross pick. But coming from a coaching and a fan, I don't think no fan wanted him to get benched.
I think the hype that Pete is talking about, as in this first round pick first round, number 5 pick, I think there's so much bullshit. There's so much bullshit around that, I feel. And we have to remember, just my opinion. This is just my opinion, remember. That we have to remember this kid, in all actuality, probably nobody gave him an opportunity or even thought he probably would make it back as quickly as he did. So I would sit there and think, just common sense tells you that this kid probably wasn't very much, physically ready in a sense. All right. He'd already lost multiple games behind him to sit there and say that he was going to be NFL ready or even ready to even play. What was his opportunity? Here's the thing. Here's the thing. We all know he wasn't a number 5 pick, okay? But everybody throws that, well, he's a number 5 pick. He should be playing. There's expectations. What expectations do you have from a kid that went through multiple surgeries in order to come back from where he was? That he wasn't a number 5 pick. Everybody knows that he might have been picked at number 5, but everybody knows he wasn't going to most likely start in front of a journeyman quarterback that's been around for multiple years, that knowing darn well that even though the Dolphins coaching staff, as well as Flores, said this is a competition, Fitzpatrick was going to start the same way as Tyrod Taylor was going to start in San Diego over Herbert. Now, give me a second, Pete. Hold on. If you look back at number 5, he wasn't the number 5 pick by any means. Any team, no matter what team, if they were going to pick him, most likely they probably were going to pick him at that stage just to make sure they were going to get him. Now, he probably was maybe a second rounder, most likely, because of his injury. You're taking a big risk, a roll of the dice, saying, we believe in this kid, but we know that there's going to be some rehab involved. We know that he was behind the ball already from the quarterbacks that already were playing prior to him. So what was his whole thing about him? He had 2 choices: either one, to sell himself, which any person would. I would have done the same thing. Very smart. Mm-hmm. He sold himself to get him where he was right then and there, and talked to individuals and kept himself within the media. Or 2, he had a choice of going back to college, getting himself injured, and then not getting paid out to play in the NFL, which was his dream. So which one would you do? I would have done exactly what he did, consistently push hard, and you got to give him the credit where credit's due. What he did to get back to where he was at that specific time in a short time frame was extremely incredible. But to know that whichever way you were going to go, to where you were going to sit there and say, well, should I go back to college and the opportunities are there for me to flourish and be number 1 again, or I can get hurt and not have a NFL career, or go ahead and get into rehab, find somebody that can help me out and boost me, and then get drafted. But throw this bullshit of the number 5 away, because that shit is just clean and clear, where you know darn well he wasn't a number 5. They might have picked him as a number 5, so don't expect this guy to expect expectations as a number 5. That's total crap.
Big time. Hold on, big time. Let me get
bring it to me, baby. Come on, I want to hear it.
Big time wants to hear it. Hold on. Hey, let me talk first. No, hang on real quick. Listen, you talked about You want to talk about injuries, right? You know how to get me big time with these excuses. So how is a quarterback that all of those excuses you made big time, because they're all excuses. They're all excuses that you made for the guy.
How, Pete?
Because you're bringing sentiment. Oh, he got hurt. He needed time. Okay, what time did he need? Because he started declining late in the season.
I'm not talking about that, Pete.
So late in the season, I know what you're talking about. We can't take in consideration that he's a 5th round pick. I mean, a top 5 pick. That's what it was. That's what our GM wanted. He's a top 5 pick. He got picked.
I need you to address what I said, though. You're not doing that. Okay. You're not addressing what I said.
I can't speak for Tua. If Tua would have stayed behind in college, he probably wouldn't even made it past Mac Jones. How has that been a good decision?
I can't hear everybody. I can't hear everybody.
Please mute Pete. Please mute Pete. Before I start, Mace, please put that mute button on. I just got one question to big time. Why are you saying that Tua was not worthy of the 5th overall pick?
So So all right. So EM, I listen to you all, and I think we're very similar in circumstance of like his injury and coming back, and the time frame that it's very difficult to come back from that type of injury. Correct?
Oh, absolutely.
And expectations of him to come back and look like, let's say, a Burrow or maybe a Herbert, even though Herbert, again, the situation was very similar to where he started behind the journeyman and journeyman got hurt. Well, ours didn't. So no matter what, Herbert was not going to start. So that's the whole concept of the very similar part of that. But as in the number 5 pick, the only reason why I say that he was, again, there's an argument there where people always bring up, or people individuals that don't really care for Tua in general because their expectations or their most expectations were high of him to throw, let's just say 4,000 yards. But I'm not even expecting him to do that even as a rookie anyways. As time will tell, I believe that he could be that type of quarterback to throw. Mm-hmm. But just the coaching staff, as in general with Flores, it's hard to say because of how he wants to manage his quarterback. Like I said earlier, I don't care what type of quarterback would have came into Miami, that it would have been dealt the same way. Now, again, though, as a number 5 though pick, because of the situation. You're risking. There's a gamble here because of his injury. Now, I'm not saying anything about how good of a player he was or he was prior. I'm just saying that as a number 5 pick, there's still a risk there. So I believe that is he a number 5 pick truly with the injury that he has? I don't believe so. I believe that you can still take him at number 5, but you can't. But again, I don't believe that you can actually compare. I mean, you can sit there and say, well, he's the number 5 pick, so he should have played better. No, you already know that he was already behind the ball. Everybody knows that. Honestly, if you don't believe that he wasn't behind the ball, then what is your argument behind that? So I believe that
let me ask you a
starter.
He was a number 5, but I don't think does that make sense? I'm not trying to say he wasn't a number 5, but you can't expect number 5.
The media made him a starter, not Tua, not his gameplay, not his skill set. We plan on Fitzpatrick being the starter. The media was saying, what about Tua? Who hyped Tua? It wasn't the fans, it was the media.
Nobody hyped Tua. It was Tua's play that hyped him.
Actually, I think it was.
No, that was Tua's tape is what hyped him.
Exactly.
Tua's tape is what hyped him.
Tua's college tape.
Who kept bringing up Tua's tape, though? Tua wasn't. Tua wasn't screaming, look at my tape. The media was. Miami media, sports media, and like May said earlier,
here's my question, big time.
Media was saying, let's get rid of Fitzpatrick. Why we draft him at 5th? And that's what the headlines were the whole damn time.
Here's my question to big time and everybody that thinks like big time. Trevor Lawrence right now is about to he already got surgery, matter of fact, on his non-throwing shoulder. Let me say that again. On his non-throwing shoulder. So it really has nothing to do with his right arm. More than likely, he's going to get drafted 1st overall pick, right? By the Jacksonville Jaguars. If Trevor Lawrence has a shitty year, do you think the fan base is going to be saying that he's injury? It was because his injury, he needs to play, and he needs more time?
Yes,
you actually absolutely. Think that? So they're gonna blame it on his injury. Are they gonna blame it on his injury?
First off, Tua didn't have a shitty year, bro. You need to stop that nonsense, bro. Putting that out there. Tua did not. Tua had a solid year. Period. Point blank. Did he have a
let me tell you.
Did he
I
have
agree
a
with the solid year. I agree with the solid year.
Did he have a historic year? Herbert was a damn blip in the matrix. We ain't never seen a rookie.
You want me to tell you why Tua had a horrible year?
We've never that's your problem, Pete. You keep comparing. You're making again.
Compare what?
Hang on, God damn it, hang on. You're making a 10 to 15 year projection off the sample size we got from Herbert into it this year, which only casual fans makes, which makes you a casual fan. And I'm gonna call you out. You need to stop this nonsense, bro. Stop it, because you're making yourself looking even more buffoonish.
Don't worry about what I make myself
bro.
look like.
Stop
Don't worry about what I make. Worry about what you make yourself look like. You want to talk about a 9-game sample and all this? Let me tell you, Rosen didn't even get benched when his rookie year. Okay,
here we go.
I'm just saying.
Everything goes back to Rosen. Everything goes back to Rosen.
Because I'm talking to EM. Because I'm talking to EM.
Goes back to Rosen.
Because I'm talking to EM. That's why.
Look,
but
both of y'all just disagree
let me tell you,
fans of the game. That's
everything goes back to Rosen. Everything goes back to Rosen, bro.
Listen, you want me to tell you how bad Tua had a
horrible game? Who's not even on the NFL roster right now?
Tua had. Forget about Rosen. I'm just calling you out on your Rosen crap.
You need to. You need
because
to.
you want to sit here and
to.
a 9-game sample. You didn't say that shit with a 13-game sample with Josh Rosen, buddy.
No,
so
Rosen had 3 years, bro.
Let me tell you.
Rosen been in the league 4 years.
Look, you and Reason's quarterback evaluations, I step on them now. I don't even want to even believe what your evaluations on player talents are ever again, bro. You guys cried wolf for Tua, and now looking like the worst Tua guys ever, bro. Backpedaling and all. Backpedaling and all.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. All that good shit.
First off, I want to be clear. So hang on.
I'm not here to argue with you. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to talk football with you.
No. I'm address what you just said. I want to address what you just said. I'm address exactly what you just said.
Hey, I want to stick it to football, Mason. If this guy has any other questions, bro, I'm not answering. I'm letting you know right now.
No. I want to address what you just said about our evaluations. Okay. First off, again, you're a casual fan. It ain't my fault you put them unrealistic expectations on Tua. We had a show.
What expectations did I put, bro?
Calm down.
I don't want to hear this,
Mace, you gonna let me talk or what?
Calm down. You can talk.
Well, damn, shut that motherfucker up there. Damn. At the end of the day, we had a show dedicated to what Tua's realistic numbers would be in his first year, based off a 16-game window if he started, right, from start to finish. If you project the numbers that he had out, that he ended up with, we were spot on, because we said realistically we can expect Tua to have from 23 to like 27, 28 touchdowns, 30, 3,000 plus yards, 65 to 68% completion percentage. If you project his numbers out over a 16-game window, we were spot on. And anyway, what do you say? That is a solid rookie season for anybody coming into the league. And so, and as far as you're talking about our evaluations, Tua had a solid year. That's not that is not me or Reason's responsibility. That's not our fault that you expected him to come out and throw 40 touchdowns in his first year. But here you go. You want to talk about
nobody care about what you or Reasons.
But you want to
I got my own football evaluation, bro. I got my own talent. I don't listen to nobody.
I'm down. I'll let you go back and forth.
Can I
I don't
finish?
need to go nowhere to learn football, bro. I played it all my life.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
All I'm doing is addressing what he said about our evaluations. Okay. If you want to say we missed on Tua after a 9-game window, we'll give you that. But what about all the other evaluations that we had in terms of free agency?
Nobody cares about what your evaluation.
No.
Calm down. I want you to have a heart attack up here. Calm down, big boy.
I'm addressing what he said about. He said he's stepping on our evaluations, plural. So you're forgetting about how we educated this community on. We basically forecasted the entire year from a personnel standpoint, schematics, the whole fucking nine. So don't sit up here and put this and say that you step on our evaluations. Where are your projections at? What did you say that actually came to fruition in regard to this team? Not a goddamn thing. So shut the fuck up, you dumb idiot, you dumb stupid motherfucker.
Okay.
I'm sorry. But goddamn.
You starting to sound like Reason. You starting to sound like Reason.
No, I'm here telling you facts. I'm here telling you facts.
That's all y'all do. Open up your mouths and then apologize later.
I'm telling you facts.
I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. The thing about people from Miami, bro, we don't accept apologies, though. That's the one thing. So I'm gonna get straight to it.
What does that mean? Wait. What does that mean?
He's gonna tell you right now. Calm down.
Okay.
Go ahead, Pete.
Tua is trash. He's the only one that got benched, EM. His coaches didn't believe in him. His own coach. So when do you fail to realize that?
Why they go back to him?
Why ain't you addressing
Why
that?
they go back
Why
to
aren't
him?
you clowning on Tua for getting benched, but you would clown on another Dolphin for getting benched? All right then. All right then. You're a fraud. You're a fraud. You're a fraud.
If anybody
You are a
can listen,
fraud. You ain't no Dolphin fan.
I cannot speak for anybody else, but anybody that follows Ian Dolphin fan, I've been the biggest Tua critic in this community, bro. I'm the one that put him on blast and said we need to stop coddling him. I was calling motherfuckers out about coddling him. Stop it. Don't put me in that category. Am I right, Mace? Am I right?
Yeah.
Mace, let me ask you a question. When somebody's in the coddling, in the coddling discussion, Mace, is that a good player or a horrible player? If you got to coddle someone, if you got to make excuses for someone, is that a good football player or does that sound like a bad football player to you?
Off 9 games, right? Okay. Go ahead. Answer his question, Mace.
You was in Vegas, really? I'm gonna answer this question. That means that you're mediocre at best.
Now, if a player is getting benched for poor performance, I'm gonna bring it up again. If a player keeps getting benched for poor performance, is that a good player or is that a bad player?
Do you think the team actually made a playbook for Tua?
No, and I'm gonna say it one more time.
Do you think the coaching staff? Do you really think that effort was put in? Because hell, Fitzpatrick didn't.
Oh man, this dude, bro. Man,
I mean, honestly, look at the gameplay for both QBs. Did it look like the coaching staff prepared for any one of them? Honestly,
yes, it did. But let me say this in defense. Let me say this. And I've been saying this, but no one listens to me. It just boggles my mind that I give you people information weeks in advance, and then when the stuff come out like Pete tonight, the Dolphins, I said that 6 damn weeks ago.
What was he saying? What did he say?
No. What came out today, you could not have said it 6 weeks ago. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, Mace.
What came out today, Mace?
That according to what Pete said,
I bet you that they would go ahead and make this move, and he said bet, and there are people say yeah, and Mace was right on that one because everybody was screaming at his ass. They ain't gonna do it, but it's
Pete came up tonight and said that according to people inside the Dolphins organization, they're making plans to make a push at Watson, but EM, wasn't it me that played it back on New Year's Eve? It was me, you, and I test about 2:30. I played you what Omar Kelly said about getting Watson. Didn't I play that recording to you and EM?
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden Pete comes up with this tonight? Dude, that was old news. You know what the problem with you is, Pete? And I respect you. If I didn't, I wouldn't have you up here.
I don't.
You like to hear yourself talk, bro. I mean, I said this news to everyone 6 weeks ago.
How can you sit here, Mace, and compare that news to today's news when this is new news? 6 weeks.
Don't you think Omar Kelly had people in the organization
that
give him rumors?
6 weeks ago. He said that's what's going to happen 6 weeks ago.
That was from Deshaun Watson's
They just
sources,
announced
bro.
it.
Today, it was from Miami Dolphins sources.
Dude,
it's
Pete,
totally different.
Who you think sources matter?
Who you think 6 weeks ago, like I was assuming.
Nobody listens to Pete.
6 weeks ago that the Dolphins wanted him.
Nobody listens to Pete.
That means we're all right that wants Watson.
Nobody listens to Pete.
Barry Jackson came out today and said the
nobody
organization
wants to hear what Pete has to say. Nobody.
Inside.
Bogged out again. Who you think is going to leak it out from the beginning? You're Borgen. Who you think sources are going to come out first? The organization or the players' sources?
Nobody wants to hear what Pete has to say. Nobody, but him. That's it.
I'm listening. That's why I muted.
What happened?
I listened.
What happened?
That's why I muted.
Nobody wants to listen to you. Nobody wants to listen to you, Pete. Newsflash.
EM,
Newsflash.
EM.
Nobody wants to listen
Remember
to you,
what
bro.
you told me
Nobody.
one time? You like
Nobody.
Josh Rosen. You don't have no quarterback credential to you. You,
Yeah.
let me tell you,
Yeah, I
your
know.
credentials are zilch,
Yeah,
bro.
I know. I
Your
know,
credentials
bro.
are zilch, bro.
I
Your
know.
player
I know.
evaluations
I
are
know.
zilch, bro.
I know.
Zilch.
I know. We
Zilch.
basically forecasted
So,
the entire year. The
let,
entire year.
Mace, let's
The
not make this
entire year.
show.
But we don't
Let's
know
not
what we're
make this
talking
show
about.
about me and
Okay,
EM.
you
This
right.
is your
Can I
show.
say
Let's not
something?
make
Can
this
I
show
say
Look,
about
something real
me and
quick?
EM.
look.
Nobody wants to listen to you,
Dolphins.
Pete.
Again,
Nobody.
Honestly, I'm
So,
telling you right
Mace,
now.
I'm asking you,
I
Mace, since you want
listened
to sit
to
here and
it
say, I like to hear
live
myself
with
talk.
Mace,
How the
and
hell
then we're
are you
on
going to
there. And
compare
I'm telling you the truth.
6 weeks news
Whatever
to
Mace
today's
said
news?
6
Compare
weeks
that.
ago,
Compare
How
that
I'm
to
gonna
me, Mace.
he
compare it?
just found out
No,
that
Explain that
he
to me.
Nobody wants to
announces
listen to
it.
you,
Hey,
Pete.
let me
It
talk.
still
Let me talk.
doesn't
Hold on,
make
because
Let
I'm
me
it
asking
talk.
Mace.
any
I'm talking to
less
Mace.
true.
Let me talk.
Nobody wants to listen to you, Pete.
Here's how, Pete. It's the same
Dear
news.
God, Mace was right
No.
6 weeks
Who's the
ago.
same guy?
Just
No,
because the
same
team
news.
announced it and
No.
Mace was
It's
right
nothing new.
six
This is
weeks
totally
ago,
different
even
sources.
if it's that,
Nobody wants to listen
he
to you,
still
Pete.
This is totally.
Nobody.
Well,
Actually, Mace
Pete,
is trying
Nobody.
to answer my question, EM.
Pete,
Mute that idiot so he can
Nobody wants
answer.
to. I'm telling you, nobody
Pete,
wants to listen to you, Pete.
Pete,
That's the answer,
again,
bro.
what you're hearing
Nobody wants to
today,
listen to you.
I reported that 6 weeks ago is no big news. That's not big news. That's same old, same old.
It's
Just it
not the
came from
same
the
old, same
Dolphins
old.
people.
Exactly. Exactly. So how is it the same old, if now it's coming from the Dolphins? Explain that to me.
Because the national media reported it weeks ago from the
Oh
Dolphins
my God.
sources.
Can you say he was right 6 weeks ago?
Pete,
This is
Pete, what
why
you
I'm going to reorganize this platform. It will be redone.
what does that mean, Mace? Please explain that to me.
I'm going to rechange this and just make it out to be that everybody who has opinions, we will respect them more and appreciate it more. EM comes up here. Why? I want EM up here. Because me and EM have the same lingo. Pete, even though Pete's Pete, I love having Pete up here. I hope Pete didn't get offended, but it's facts. If I reported the same damn news he got today, what's the difference? Do that make sense?
You need to block him.
Sir.
All he's doing, and individuals like him
Pete
are
doesn't
spreading.
need to be blocked.
They are spreading
Need
misinformation.
to be
They are
blocked.
keeping what they're doing. Hey,
Pete, I love you, bro.
listen.
Hang on.
Let me say this.
Time out,
You're
sir.
right.
Time
You're
out,
right.
please.
Hang on. Let me say this. Let me say this. I'll say this. You're right. Let me issue a retraction to that statement. I'll retract that statement.
Okay.
I'll say this, and I'll leave it out there. You conduct yourself on your platform how you see fit. But
yeah,
Pete and individuals like him are keeping this fan base ignorant to facts, to truth about this game of football. And I have dedicated myself on any platform that I choose to be a part of. Yeah. I want to cross these individuals off the face of the earth because I want our fan base to be the most educated out of the NFL fan base. I want the Dolphin fan base to be the most educated.
I cannot believe.
I'm dedicating myself to crossing individuals like him out.
I cannot believe that Pete came up here and said, quote, he heard it came from the Dolphins. You got to remember something. And I keep telling you guys this. You cannot trust the Miami media. They lie to you, Dolphin fans. They do. I've been knowing that about them for years. I guess they want to stay in good with the Dolphins, but Pete, I love you, bro. But Pete's back. Pete, bro, I reported this 6 weeks ago. What do you think? Omar Kelly makes up stuff? He has his sources. No one has better sources than Barry Jackson, and Barry was behind the ball on this one, and Armando Salguero. They're the two best.
Thank you.
Whenever they say something, it's facts. Okay? But let me give this to the Florida Sun Sentinel. They have been great the last year.
Did Barry rip them last year? I think Barry ripped them last year.
That's what I forgot to say. I keep saying Omar Kelly, Mace, because you keep making me say Omar Kelly. But I even dropped the video today, bro. It was Barry Jackson who's plugged in with the Dolphins even more than Omar Kelly.
Well, Barry's 6 weeks too late.
I agree.
I'm just
Barry
saying.
is 6 weeks too late.
I'm just saying.
Mace,
I'll be honest.
please?
Yeah, go ahead, Manzano.
You did it.
Let me clarify what I meant by the fan base having unrealistic expectations for Tua. I'm talking about the casual Miami Dolphins fan base, the fan base that only follows the Dolphins when they're doing well.
Which is most in Miami, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the country, we follow them day to day.
Yeah, which is mostly in Miami. Because they expected him to be throwing for 5. That's who I'm talking about. The fans who expected him, the casual fans who expected him to be throwing for 40 to 50 touchdowns and for 4,000 to 5,000 yards when he's not that type of quarterback.
What's up, Joe?
Yeah, he has the potential to be that play. So y'all keep putting Tua in that box as a game manager.
No, damn well I do.
Y'all need to stop that as well. Y'all need to stop that.
No, damn well
that's ridiculous. Let the man prove. Listen, let the man prove himself first before you box him in any box.
You know what?
Let him prove himself, bro.
I'm the one who told everybody what I expect of him. I'm the same guy who said we could win big with him. Did I say that?
You did, but you keep.
No. I'm not keeping nothing. No, hold on. I said tonight,
at some point, he was your Messiah.
No, he wasn't my Messiah. I did that for the bandwagon Dolphin fans. My Messiah plays in Seattle, Washington right now.
No. My Messiah is Jesus Christ. It ain't no.
Oh, God, there's mine too. I'm talking about
this. Don't put that on me. Don't put that on me.
I didn't put none on you. I didn't put none on you.
Okay.
When I started my show, when I started my show tonight,
nobody wants to listen to you, Pete. Nobody wants to hear you, bro. But hang on, real quick, Mace. Nobody wants to listen to you, Pete, but this other idiot, Andres Negro, your boy in the comments. Yeah, nobody wants to listen to you, but that idiot. But anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. I started my show tonight, me and Jefferson Manzano. When I put that article up there, I said, quote, they're going to go with Tua. They're going to trade down, get more picks, and they're going to keep it moving and build this team the way they want to build it. And I said only one person is going to be upset about this. And it was Pete. And Pete came up here tonight with fire and brimstone, with Watson. But again, Barry Jackson, 6 weeks too late. The national media says Miami's the sleeper for Watson. If they do that. I don't think they will personally. I think they're going to trade with Carolina or Denver, get more picks, get a one next year, do what they got to do, pick the missing pieces, get a one next year, and move forward. And get a quarterback as a backup. And that's what I said, guys. I'm going to say it one more time. Everything hinges on who is the backup. If it's somebody like Mason Rudolph or Jacoby Brissett, then they're all in on Tua. But if they bring in a guy like, let's say, what's my man? Mitch Trubisky, Drew Lock, then we're going to see something. But from now, I said this at the beginning of my topic tonight. That's why I put that up there with Greer. And that's Pete asked me, when did Greer say yesterday? He said what Barry Jackson said. Yeah, I'm going to say it one more time. Barry, I scooped you on this one, baby. So did Omar 6 weeks ago. So did the national media.
I just need to see a system.
So
I just need to see the coaches make a system for, I don't care, whoever's the starter. You got a system for your backup. You got backups that just works better with your backup than the starters do. I mean, really right now, you got a whole bunch of college players and the NFL's trying to implement college plays and systems into it and everything else. I mean,
what do you mean?
There's very few coaches that can bring out the ability of their players. The problem is you just keep hiring coaches that don't have the ability to bring out those innate abilities to make your team great.
Is this
and
Dolphin
then
specific,
building
or
it,
is this?
working with it.
Are you talking from?
Yeah, the Dolphins specifically because I've got a decade minimum of history, and damn it, you bastards can't do nothing. And that's me being as PC as I possibly can.
If you don't think
but I really want to go into a Miami Dolphin cussing rage.
Well, not now, Jefferson. Not now.
I want to, but I've grown, Mace. I've grown.
Good. If you don't think 10-6 is good with this group of players, you're out of your mind, bro. Okay, now let me get back to Tungalova. Again, I told you guys, if we go forward with him, we will get where we need to get to with him at quarterback. Well, I said it before. Now, Em, this is where me and Em give each other pushback. Em thinks he can accomplish those magical numbers, but
he's too skilled not to, bro.
Okay.
Tua, I will be, and I'll be the first one. And again, if you go back, the tape is out there. You can have haters that's going to try to lie and try to put misinformation out there about me. I can't speak for no other grown man. I'm speaking from Ian Dolphin fan. The tape is out there. I said that from day one. I said what I saw consistently. What he put on tape at Alabama.
Yeah.
That is why I gave him such a favorable evaluation relative to us taking him at number 5. Right? I felt it was justified. Even now after the injury, that caused me a little pause. But I said, well, once he got the clean bill of health from all these other from the doctors and from the Miami Dolphins medical staff, as well as the independent medical staff. I said, well, go ahead and pull the trigger because I think he is too skilled. And his game, his strengths, okay, to be long-term success on an NFL level, those are to his strengths. You know, and
calm down. Come on.
No, I'm good, bro.
No. After you finish with your point, I'm gonna bring Pete back up and I'm gonna do the tour numbers by Thanksgiving. It's hysterical. Don't worry about it. It's hysterical.
Ian, before you continue, I actually
can I say something real quick? Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, brother.
So this whole thing, because I know that Anthony brings us up a little bit here and there about, the expectations of Tua. I think it's so funny about that because, again, what was our fan base expecting? Because let's look back in history. What was who was the quarterback? What was the last rookie quarterback to throw for 4,000 yards? That was Andrew Luck. 4,000 yards, and he threw less the next year. Who was the top? And then Anthony brought up, well, expectations of 50 touchdowns. Well, the rookie quarterback that threw for the most touchdowns right now is 24. So where are these numbers?
No. Justin Herbert got 32. 32 for
31.
Okay,
31.
I'm sorry. So still though, 50 to 31. Then what I'm saying is the last one was 24. But what I'm saying is these expectations, where are they coming from? Are they coming from? So, but is it that, or is it basically
the draft pick? Big time. It comes with the draft pick.
No, but you can't. You can.
No. In the third
Pete, I get.
Time,
Pete, I get. Give me a second. I get what you're saying. And listen, we bumped heads a couple times, and I get it. And we're not to agree. And I respect that. We're not going to agree on everything. I get that. There are certain things we have agreed upon or whatever. But you bring up points as in, there's excuses. But facts or no facts, the excuse of sitting there saying that was he or was he not injured, is that a fact or is that an excuse? So what I'm saying is that, again, at a player that's picked at number 5 with the things that were going on with this player, I don't expect him to be a number 5 to where you're going to expect him to do what these other quarterbacks have done with the expectations of them compared to what's going on with these other players. I just expect one, knowing he probably wasn't going to start, and then we'll see something the next following year. But from what you have to look at what the Dolphins did and then what he had done. And yes, you're right. They did make him sit. But yet, I've seen all pro quarterbacks as well as Hall of Famers that have been sat down as well for poor performance. So I'm not sure what your point is on that when you have a rookie quarterback that's coming back in that has all these issues and problems behind him that is rebuilding. This is my opinion, Pete, that he is rebuilding himself from where he was prior. I don't think that's an excuse. So again, I think that the expectations yes, sir.
Big time. You're arguing. See, again, you got to consider who you're talking to. Again, only casual fans, number one, that never wanted to in the first place. They're still hanging on to this pipe dream of Josh Rosen being the quarterback for the Miami Dolphins. They got spurned because they were out in front driving that Josh Rosen train. And then once Josh Rosen was traded and disregarded, they fell flat on their face and they will never recover from that. So when we pick Tua, they're putting these unrealistic 50 touchdowns in his first year, 50 touchdown expectations on him. They know he's not going to meet them. They know anybody's not going to meet those expectations. So they're using that as fuel to nitpick at his game and act like they know what they're talking about. And they want to make a 10-year projection off the sample size that we got, which is ridiculous. Only casual fans do that. So you got to be realized and conscious who you're talking to. And Pete falls in that category.
And honestly, I'm not a casual fan. What I'm saying in general, it seems like I understand what you're saying, Ian, but you have to admit that the 10-year projection. I thought the draft is based on projections, though. I thought that's what the point of the draft is. You're basing.
That's why if you listen to me in terms of talking about players, projecting players, you never hear EM Dolphin fans saying this kid is going to be this in 10 years. This kid is going to be a Hall of Fame. This kid is going to be a Hall of Fame at this position or that position. I never do that. My evaluation is based off the value chart, okay, to justify players picked wherever they're picked in round 1, 2 through 7. That's my philosophy. I can't speak for nobody else.
And
Anthony, my expectations were not stats. My expectations for Tua was to come in, win the job easily, journeyman quarterback, and just do what you can. Actually, if you go back to Larry's channel and you go back, I was arguing these Dolphin fans because I said we were playoff ready this year.
You Shirley, I love you. Have a safe trip to Vegas.
Those same fans that are talking about rebuilding, you're rebuilding with your quarterback.
Thank you, baby.
You play with the quarterback you drafted every single game. You let him rebuild and learn and earn more reps as possible. Now to talk about the injury, right? How many times am I gonna tell people that Tua came out of his own mouth and says he was fully healthy, ready to play before
he can get on the field.
Even drafted.
Dude, did you just not listen to Big Time, bro? Did you just not listen to the man?
The same thing.
He just explained that to you, Pete.
The same thing Big Time said was said by NFL Network, by ESPN. All not the same way, but the same excuses were you got to give him time. You got to do this. You got to let him rejuvenate.
That's the smart play. What are you talking about?
No, that's not. The guy was fully healthy. So you sit a guy longer and longer and longer when he says he's fully healthy. So let me ask you. You sit a Devontae Parker when he tells you he's healthy. But let's sit him 9 more games just to make sure he never gets healthy.
The doctor's okay.
Players get hurt.
To do
That's
rookie.
What happened?
I mean, to do... Now, honestly,
drills. Do rookie
the
drills.
doctor is saying he's okay to go ahead and
play.
Do the intro to the NFL.
Hit that like and subscribe.
Don't mean he okay to take a 350-pound man hitting his ass full force and he run like a 4.9.
If he can't get hit by a 300-pound defensive lineman, the doctors would never okayed it.
No.
Here's the what it is. Hold on, LaShawn. And are we going to forget? And how are we going to continue?
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on, LaShawn. Let me finish.
Getting hit in the chest or getting hit in the leg, what's the difference with 350 pounds? If you get hit in the chest or hit in the leg, what's the difference?
He got hit first play of his career against Aaron Donald. They sacked him. Let me say this. Yeah, I'm gonna give it to you next. I'm gonna
Can
give
I
it
go
to you
now?
in a minute.
Real quick?
No, I'm gonna answer your question, Pete, right now. Stay right there. All right, we're gonna do this again. Thanksgiving weekend, week 14. Pete, this is for you. 15 touchdowns, 4 picks. Now this is I'm playing. I'm don't worry, 1,800 yards. The team is 11-3. Are you happy, Pete? I mean, 10-3. Are you happy?
No, no,
10-3. I'm happy, but did they bench him in those 3 losses? So now here's what I want to do. Here's what I want to say real quick, Mace, and I want you to answer this, Mace.
Go ahead.
If it's open quarterback competition in the beginning of the season hasn't started yet, right? We have open quarterback competition. The quarterbacks that were competing for the starting job, Mace, are Ryan Fitzpatrick, Josh Rosen, and Tua Tagovailoa. They're all competing to start. Do you think the organization that drafted him is worried about his injury at that point? Or should they had sat him and said, hold on, he's injured?
Pete,
the injury excuse is gone from that point. I do not want to hear it. Big time, no injury, none of that shit.
That's cool. Well, I know you don't.
Pete, but you're bringing up that injury right there. I think that's the excuse I'm bringing up to you. But to me, if you're talking about a quarterback, if you're talking about a competition, as in 3 of them, all right, I'm sitting here saying to you that if you truly believe that Tua was probably going to start, he would have had to really perform exponentially high. Those expectations, I think, are way too high. And I wasn't expecting that, just in my opinion. Now, if it happened, I'm thinking, damn, he's went, hold on, give me a second. He's went way above and beyond. But my thing is the same way, just as the Herbert situation, he was not going to start. It was going to automatically go straight to Fitzpatrick. It didn't matter. No matter what, how the media or how the team was showing it, and they're talking about competition, it didn't matter. Fitzpatrick was going to start. Tyrod Taylor was going to start. You knew damn well that was going to happen, unless something happened to where both of those quarterbacks were showing more. And then that's just my opinion, though.
Yeah, but look at my opinion, big time.
And let me add this in here. And again,
go ahead.
I'll say again, like I told y'all at the beginning of the season, y'all need to put some respect on Ryan Fitzpatrick's name. That dude, he's playing the best football of his career,
life.
Of his career of his life. Playing at a pro, I don't give a damn what he did 15 years ago. I'm evaluating him in 2020. And the man was playing his best at a Pro Bowl level. What rookie realistically is going to come in and beat out a quarterback that's playing at a Pro Bowl level? No matter how long he's been in the league. Come on, man.
He did. He beat him out.
We're not
and he was playing at a Pro Bowl level.
No,
we're not trashing Fitzpatrick. We're trashing how the team didn't plan to use Fitzpatrick or Tua and didn't have a game plan or a playbook and didn't have nothing for defense either or special teams. There's so many factors in the field. That's where the team failed.
And LeSean, that's why there's a new. They got Tweedledee and Tweedledie's offense coordinators, which to me is a goddamn joke.
Hey, I'm just happy I did a clean fan rant without cussing, because that's how ticked off I am.
All right, I'm gonna go deeper. I'm gonna go back to that article. I want to ask Ian a question. Ian, now that the Dolphin, Greer and company are letting it be known that they know that Carolina and Denver wants that 3rd pick, what would you want back?
It's gonna start with multiple 2nd-round picks.
Okay. You don't want a 1 next year also, because they are moving up 5 and 6 spots.
Well, you want to get as much as you can, but you got to be realistic about this. This ain't Madden Ultimate Team. It's no. I think it's a little bit and I could be wrong. I could be totally off base. the Dolphins could wind up fleecing somebody just like they did the Texans 2 years ago. They could. But I'm trying to be as realistic as possible. And I think from a team to move from 8 to 3, 5 spots, realistically, from a value perspective, it's going to start with 2 number 2s, multiple second round picks.
Okay.
And their eighth pick for that third. For that third, so.
Yeah. You don't do like some of the people are saying, you get their first, their second, their third this year and the one next year, which is realistic to me.
I'd rather have a first, a second, and a player.
What was the compensation again?
Carolina's first, second, and third this year, and their one next year.
That one, bro.
Possibly get a 1 and 2 with a player.
Seriously, yeah.
No, bro. No, that's unrealistic, dude.
Or how about a 1 and 3 and a good player?
Jefferson, hold up. What will happen if that is the compensation? Because they're so desperate to try to get Watson.
Hell yeah, but bro, I'm gonna take it. Yeah, I'm not gonna give it back.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm not gonna give it back, but I'm just saying it's realistic.
Pete, I love you, bro, and I don't mean to.
I do.
You think that I dog you? I don't, my brother.
I do.
Bro. Yeah, but when you say things, you just want to hear yourself. That shit sounds crazy to me. Like,
Pete,
I'm speaking my thoughts. This is my opinion.
That is your opinion. That's your opinion.
Sit
here
and copy somebody else's opinion.
You don't do that. You don't do that.
I speak my mind. I've been watching my Dolphins since the 2000. I know the GM. I know, I don't know him personally, but I know my whole squad from the top all the way to the bottom.
I know you do. I know you do.
No, you don't. You don't. Don't tell that lie. Stop it.
Pete's fine with me, bro.
I can name the whole roster. I can name them all, bro. So at the end of the day,
you know what? My dog can sit here and bark out names, bro. My little chihuahua. Come here. You want to hear bark out names? Yeah. So stop it.
I mean, you guys, man.
A little applehead, I said hi.
Little applehead. I love you guys who come up here. I do. Manzano has grown on us. I love you guys. Jefferson, of course, Smooth is up here almost every night when he's not doing calculations. I respect the hell out of EM's knowledge. That's why I want EM up here for Combine and the draft. Pete, you just add fuel to the fire every time you come up here.
Hey, Pete, I'll say this, all joking aside, bro. My bad for coming at you like that, man. But I've been hearing you. Man. I've been hearing your passive aggressive foolishness on other platforms. I just hadn't caught up to you yet, and so it just boiled over. It just boiled over.
He's playing with you, Pete.
Every time EM
hears me talk with you, bro.
Watson, it burns him inside. He does.
No, bro.
No. EM, I got your back. EM, I got your back. EM, I got your back on this one. New Year's Eve, again, me and Ian was by ourselves. We was just talking draft. We was talking draft prospects. And I brought up Watson to him. And he said, quote, if we get Deshaun Watson, Tua got to go. And he said, you're looking at 4 straight appearances in Super Bowl. I said, you damn right. And that was
Do you know when this Watson news broke, and I came out publicly with what I said, what I think the Dolphins should do.
I know already what happened, bro. You and Reason broke up over this.
No, bro, that didn't happen. That didn't have nothing to do with Reason.
Larry L, bro.
What are you talking about? That had nothing to do with Reason. I'm talking about
shit.
Okay. But anyway,
I saw it from the clouds, bro.
Man.
Pushback, bro, in that room.
They was calling me a rat, bro, and I think Big Time was one of them too. Big Time was like, I'm surprised to hear that from you, EL. I'm really surprised. I don't know why you're surprised. I've been saying anybody that listened to me long enough, anybody that's listened since the beginning now, y'all know how I feel about my team and my approach to players and coaches. I always said, do not tie yourself emotionally to these players and coaches. They come and go, but the logo remains. Whatever the situation is that's going to improve our team, I'm all for it, no matter what it looks like.
Yeah.
I've been consistent about that.
Man, you'd like to hear you. Oh, go ahead, Big Time.
When you came up that night, I was hoping you would, and when you did, But I said, if you go back to that, when you go back to that episode, I sat there and said I was just joking with you, because I agreed with you that you have to look at all sides of all sides of the cube. You have to take that opportunity. If it's there, you got to take it. And depending on what the expectations of what they can get for him or anybody else, you have to look at it. It's like them looking at Trevor Lawrence. They're just doing their due diligence. I understand that, dude. I was just joking with you, man. I mean,
I know, Big Tyler. I know, bro.
Yeah, but you think I'm just saying, man. I mean,
what though? I'm still in the days for all the bullets, bro. From dodging all the bullets people shooting at me, bro. I'm still in the days. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. Yeah.
Hey, so who's EM everybody? And I don't want to hear Mason Rudolph or Jacoby Brissett. Those are the only two you can't name. Who's going to be the backup quarterback in our team?
It's going to be, I think it's going to be Jake Rudolph. Whatever his name is. That's what I think.
No, he's not on the team no more, I don't think, is he?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah? I don't think so. I think they're going to go get somebody.
You think?
You know what?
Yeah.
We still got a first-round pick later. There's still going to be a QB or two available.
They ain't picking no QB until later in the draft.
No. I'm being honest with you. Fitzpatrick.
They say he's not coming
I ain't got
back.
no problem with Fitzpatrick.
The Dolphins said that.
I don't either. I don't. Man, who is that guy? Man, there's a lot of feedback, Mace.
Yeah, it ain't me. Somebody else.
No, it ain't me.
I don't have a problem with Fitzpatrick, but I get and understand why if they're to move forward to it.
I get
tradable. I get why they would move off of him, because this is Tua's. If they are to go all in on him and continue with the initial plan, you want Tua. You want to put him in a situation where you can get as firm a evaluation on him as possible. There is no more. If you mess up, we're pulling you. No. The ship is yours. So
yeah, that's why I said
in the right direction.
That's why I said I can see. What's our buddy name again? Flores taking Brissett because he knew him from New England.
They can keep him though. They can also keep him, and honestly, I didn't think they had a playbook prepared for either QB. Fitzpatrick used his veteran knowledge and skill, and he kind of took over. Tua kind of winged it, but honestly, my thing was coaching staff. You didn't have a play to make something happen or get the job done.
Well, we're past that.
Yeah, I'm wondering, are they going to bring it back next year?
No, they got rid of the coach,
who the hell they have.
He's gone. They got two flunkies.
Wait, what?
They got rid of the offensive coordinator.
I thought he quit.
Yeah, he quit. Wherever he's gone.
So I believe that there's no more, and I've said it as well. There's no more bringing, sitting him out and bringing him in and out and having somebody else come in. He has a bad game. You keep him in there and you work him out. But to me, bringing in a quarterback to have some type of competition with him, to me, it's the wrong thing to do. You don't need no quarterback controversy inside your locker room. Everybody needs to know who's the number one guy, and that's Tua. If you bring somebody in like a Wentz or somebody else that knows that they're looking for a job, it's going to be a disaster, because then you're questioning the quarterback that you're trying to build. To me, that's just my opinion. I think that they'd be smarter to get a Rudolph or somebody like that to where he's a good backup quarterback. Tua might learn a few things. Other than that, you keep him in there, you learn, you see what you got for the year. And honestly, like me and you, Mace, we talked about it. He needs to have a chip on his shoulder. He needs to come in knowing that he's going to be NFL ready. His body needs to be NFL ready this year. He needs to come in, with some aggression and to show what he can do. And I believe he has it. But if he doesn't show it for the whole year, if he consistently show it for the whole year, then I think we know what we're going to get. But again, the coaching staff has to be behind him. So I believe that they are. We'll see what we get, though.
can't argue.
I do. I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you 100% big time. But I do feel the Dolphins. I think they're the plan, and they like Tua. But I think if Watson realistically becomes available, I think the Dolphins won't hesitate to pull that trigger.
Oh yeah,
totally agree.
I agree with that
totally
too.
Agree.
I do. But would you?
I really don't.
I asked Mace this the other day, and we were talking about it. I think, and he brought it up to eye test. So if you had Wilson or you had and you had Watson, and they were both right there, who would you want and why?
Go ahead.
You talking about Zach? You talking about Zach Wilson?
No, Russell Wilson. If they were both in front of you,
okay.
which one would you take and why?
First off, I love Russell Wilson too. I think he's in that category of the elite of the elite. He's on the Mount Rushmore of quarterbacks in right now. But I would be a little more hesitant to pull the trigger with Russell Wilson because of his advanced age compared to what Tua is to Tua's age. The reason why I am,
No. He's saying to you, the question is, if you had a choice between Watson and Wilson, which one would you take of those two and why?
I'm trying to explain that, Mace.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry,
but the reason why it's not only Watson's play, it's because they're so close in age. He's only 2.5 years older than Tua. So it makes perfect sense. You got a player, a top 5 playmaker in the league right now, and he's only 25 years old. I mean, again, as much as I love Tua Tagovailoa's ceiling, he's still a project at this point as we're talking about this potential trade. It's what it is, and Deshaun Watson is a proven commodity.
Don't smoke rocks. I got the game on. Yeah, go ahead.
So if you're the Dolphins, I mean, I'm not saying I would give them everything they want. No,
he's going to come cheap now.
If the price is reasonable and if it works out for both sides, there's no way you don't hesitate pulling the trigger if you're Chris Britton.
So with Watson, there's going to be a price tag on that. If in fact, let's say with like a Wilson, like Russell Wilson, we possibly can get a very good discount for him for about maybe 3 years. As you see what, let's say, Breeze or Brady or Aaron Rodgers. Now, all of them are all pros and all of them are going to the Hall of Fame. But again, they're older. If you can keep Russell Wilson, fresh with the team that we have and his experience, and he has won. That's one thing that Watson has not done yet. And Wilson has won, and he has that. He already has that bar. So the thing is, he's already proven that if you have him where you get him fairly cheap for about 3 years, and you say, you know what, maybe let's go the cheaper route, and we get Wilson. We know what we're getting the commodity with, and we possibly definitely get to a playoff. Definitely get to the playoffs, and most importantly, to the AFC Championship. But then looking at it that 2 to 3 years that where Russell has an opportunity to win one with a young, talented team and adding more weapons, you're giving Tua to sit down for another 2 years and looking at a guy that he possibly can mirror. That's the only reason why I say that is that there's a benefit for that, but also in a sense, I understand if Watson's there, you have to take that. I get that too.
But so you're coming. So
comment.
What?
Go ahead.
I would pick Wilson because Wilson knows how to slide for that first down and get his ass out of bounds so he doesn't get hit. Watson is kind of viewed as a Cam Newton QB. So
Watson's more like Warren
Moon.
Watson's more like
Warren Moon. He's more of a runner kind of thing.
No, he's not. Watson's a pocket quarterback.
He's not.
Watson's a pocket quarterback. He is the 21st century Warren Moon. He's Warren Moon.
Cam Newton wish he was a fraction of the quarterback Deshaun Watson is. And he won MVP.
And I'm going to say this right now. I will take Watson
it's just
all
the hit
day.
He takes.
I'll take Watson all day and a gazillion times on Sunday because he has something that not too many quarterbacks in the NFL have. he is a leader of men. And if he walked into that Dolphin locker room, if he became the Dolphins quarterback, he would do what Darius, what's his name, did yesterday. What's our boy in Indianapolis? Darius, the middle linebacker. He let Carson Wentz. He let Carson Wentz know this is his locker room.
Mm-hmm. Oh, did he really?
Yes, he did. This is his locker room. He said that when you come here, you come to work. That was his message to Carson Wentz, which means this is his locker room. And when you walk into those doors, you better be ready to go. Because we want to get to where we want to go. That's a leader of men. That's a leader of men.
I think Russell Wilson is a leader as well. I think, again.
Not as much as Watson is. Watson is a leader of men.
Well, in terms of leadership, the reason why I would lean more towards Russ, and it's not a big gap between the two, is Russ has been there and done that. He's won at the highest level, and I agree with big time in that regard. But it's only the age difference. But I can see, I would definitely entertain Russell Wilson as well. I mean, he's in that category. He's in that category.
I agree.
Let me twist it up a little bit, and I want all you guys to answer. Russell Wilson for Tua and 2 first-round picks, or Watson for Tua and 3 first-round picks. What are y'all doing?
Well, I'm going to twist this around because after what happened yesterday, that basically the Eagles gave Carson Wentz away.
I don't think they did, bro. I think they got fair compensation for the worst graded out quarterback in the entire NFL. They got fair compensation, bro. That's what happened. I don't know why this narrative that Carson Wentz was going to get. See, again, people thinking this is Carson Wentz from 4 years ago, and he's not the same player. He's been on a downward spiral for about a 3-year window now, and he finally nosedived this year. So the compensation that the Eagles got, and also they should be on their knees thanking God that the Colts were willing to take on that contract. That contract is ridiculous.
AM. So what you telling me? I'm gonna lose my money when I bet on the Colts to win that division? So should I put my money on?
No. I'll say this.
Offensive organization.
I'll say this. Listen, when I talked about this yesterday, I talked about it up here on Mesa platform too. What I said was true. Carson Wentz he's been taking a nosedive for about a 3-year window. But if you go back to his MVP caliber campaign, what he had at his disposal offensively, you can the Colts have that, a lot of the personnel scheme to replicate what he had in Philly that year. But the question is, I just don't think he's the same athlete since his ACL tear. And so I think his game is going to have to be rebuilt to some degree, especially mechanically. You're going to have to rebuild him in many ways.
Right. So
we'll see.
So off of EM, off EM and me and me and you, Mace, talked about it, and you asked me. I think I'm with EM in that sense. You knew that, Mace, that I think that the compensation was fairly good, and like I said, with that pick for next year, depending on how well he does, I think they'll get that. But I also believe his confidence was down. He's lost a lot of confidence since all this stuff has happened. I believe going to another squad that he's familiar with the coaching, I believe that, and they're already telling him he's the guy. I think he is gonna build himself up, and he will get to that level. I don't know as the level as when he started, but I do believe he's going to get that confidence back. That coaching staff's going to be behind him, so he's going to be a scary guy. Now, so again, you asked a question earlier, and somebody else, and then I think it was the great one out there. You sat there and said if would Wentz beat Tua out, and I believe that if anything, which I don't believe mine would have even gotten him anyways, but if Tua and Wentz would have went 1-on-1 this year, Tua would have beaten him out. That's just my opinion.
Oh, clearly. He's a better player.
What?
He's a better player, bro.
I'm gonna leave that
He's a
alone.
better player.
Hold on.
Tua
So,
loves
you continue.
Tua
competition.
could beat out Carson Wentz, but he
It's just,
can't beat out Ryan
it's just
Fitzpatrick.
because because Pete, there's a lot going on there with Carson Wentz. Again, like I said, it's just because of the fact that he doesn't have any confidence in himself, and you got to look at what they're running though in Miami compared to Indianapolis, though, Pete. They're not running the same type of offense. Plus, they have running game there. It's a perfect storm over there for him. For Wentz to get back on his feet. In Miami, it's not. Tua is perfect for Miami, and that's why I say he beats him out clearly.
I'm telling you right now, the Eagles got fleeced. They cut those Eagles' feathers, and those Eagles can't fly off of that deal anymore. They lost.
But Pete, let me ask you this. Pete, who was playing? You're saying you laughed when he said that Tua can beat out Carson Wentz, but he can't beat out Ryan Fitzpatrick. Who was playing better? Who was the higher rated player with Wentz and Ryan Fitzpatrick? Okay, I'll wait. Thank you. Your silence validated my question.
Carson Wentz can give me a longer career than Ryan Fitzpatrick can. Right? That's not.
We're talking about 2020, right, bro.
Now, not last.
We're talking about 2020.
Listen to what I'm telling you. Listen to what I'm telling you closely. Carson Wentz didn't talk to his head coach for 10 seasons. This guy was starting games. 10 weeks. He was starting games for the Eagles, and he was not talking to his coach at all. Can you imagine what that was doing in the locker room?
Well, bro,
that? So now, before
Carson Wentz
tells me that Carson Wentz beat him out, I don't want to hear it, because right now the Eagles are in the quarterback hunt. And Jalen Hurts does not look like an NFL quarterback right now.
Look,
maybe
I'm giving Tua the nod.
Okay,
I'm just adding this one. The only reason I'm getting Tua the nod because he came from Alabama and he competed with the QB that replaced him. Now Tua didn't do anything wrong off campus or anything else. He loves to compete. He loves to learn. He's a team player. He supports. He could be the next, like Fitzpatrick Magic. He could. Now, I said this year you should have brought him in more as a backup, just a quarter or maybe two if he's playing well, or the game's a blowout. Give him some experience. But that ain't what happened. Now the thing is, we're doing a whole bunch of maybes. We ain't got enough information in their NFL career to say Tua ain't shit. We can't. I was mad they didn't play themselves into the playoffs and lose in the first round. But you know what? They had a chance, and that was more than I thought this year.
You know what I'm mad at?
Listen.
Go ahead, y'all. Y'all got the floor.
You know why I'm mad, LaShawn? It has nothing to do with Tua. It has a lot to do with Tua, but it's not Tua's fault. Mesa tell you, because Greer picked Tua with the 5th overall pick. This guy keeps bringing in misevaluating talent. He keeps messing up draft after draft when he should have went with the player that was there available where everybody knew was a better player. But the thing with Greer, he's getting developmental, coachable guys. He doesn't want the guys that can't get coached anymore. The stars. He doesn't want them. He wants guys that he can coach and teach them.
That's the point. I got it now. You're right on that.
Wants that.
You're right.
Every coach wants that, bro. Every coach wants. You have to be coachable. You're a player. That's the coach's job is to coach his players.
When you're talking top 10 pick, bro. You do that with 2nd, 3rd, 4th, maybe 5th round, 6th.
What are you talking about?
Your first pick, your number 1 pick should be a player that's going to be ready to ball out and help your team and actually compete. So if let's say
that's relative to the situation, bro.
Yeah,
that's all about.
Yeah,
that's all about
Raiders
situation.
Proved that point.
Make the team better.
Oakland Raiders proved that point with broken down veterans. You got to have people that's willing to listen and believe in the system.
If you
you got a whole bunch of people that think they superstars and they lose the games for you.
If you don't think Raekwon Davis is a dog, Pete, Raekwon Davis is the alpha of alphas, bro.
That's
If you
a
don't
second
think,
round pick.
so what? It don't matter.
I was talking about Tua.
See, everything goes back to Rosen and Tua, bro. With you, it's ridiculous, man.
I didn't
You
say
need to
Rosen,
stop,
I
bro.
said Tua.
The reason why, again,
and I was talking about Chris Greer, and I was saying it's not Tua's fault that the people don't like him. What I was saying was it's where he got drafted at.
No, y'all the only ones that don't like him. A small portion of our fan base don't like Tua Tagovailoa because you didn't want him in the first place. Y'all didn't. Y'all wanted to hit your wagon to that Rosen train, bro. That's just fact.
Bro, at the end of the day, I'm not here and I don't sit here and tell people I told you so or think I'm the smartest guy alive. I just talk about
I don't either.
Okay. Like I was saying, I don't sit here and try to seem like I'm the smartest ever. I just sit here and
I don't either.
That's it. So at the end of the day, only because people don't like Tua, that doesn't mean they didn't buy in, bro. You see, the thing, only because I didn't want to draft Tua before the draft process, and then when I said he better start.
Why didn't you want him? Why didn't you want to draft him? Because you wanted Josh Rosen to be the starting quarterback. That's why.
No, it wasn't because I wanted Josh Rosen to become the quarterback.
Come on, man, stop.
I wanted Josh Rosen to get a fair chance with better weapons around him and better talent.
You wanted him to be the starter. You wanted him to be the starter, right?
We can't compare the 2019 roster and the 2020 roster. We can't. We just can't.
Well, Josh Rosen has had, Arizona, Miami, Tampa Bay, and now San Francisco. That's 4 teams in 4 years.
But
that's 4 teams now. 4. Now, don't you think if some coach, that's 4 different staffs now. Don't you think if they had just an inkling if they really thought Rosen had just a smidgen of an ability to be a viable starter in this league, don't you think they would? Not the Dolphins, not the Arizona Cardinals. I give you that. Not the Dolphins, but that's 2 more franchises that he's been on, and they have just totally disregarded him as a player. At the end of the day, bro, you got to start looking yourself in the mirror. Everybody ain't lying on you, bro. Everybody's not.
I'm just going to interject one point. No one thought he was a viable backup to keep. Look, he lost the starter job. He wasn't a viable backup to keep.
Remember, these are their best.
That's 4 teams, bro. That's 4. Don't get flagged, man. He's trying to get you flagged, bro. Don't get flagged.
How you get flagged?
Listen,
I'm going to say this.
You talking 4 teams, bro.
You know, I support the team. When Rosen was there, I wanted to see him play a little bit.
And he was historically bad, bro. Historically bad.
I just know this.
And listen, Mace. Pete is sitting up here blaming Tua for not being able to beat out Fitzpatrick, but he didn't do that for Rosen, right? He didn't do that for Josh Rosen. They benched Fitzpatrick. They put Rosen inserted him into the lineup after 3 games. They saw enough that with that 3-game window and said, we've seen enough. Went back to Ryan Fitzpatrick and he got traded. He never played another down. So you see the hypocrisy right there? He never did that with Rosen, but he's doing it with Tua. Stop, man. Stop it.
What are you talking about?
No, you're saying you're killing Tua for not being able to beat out Ryan Fitzpatrick. But Rosen could not do that. But you didn't hold Rosen to the same accountability that you're attempting to hold Tua to. That's what you did. You never once mumbled one. Last year when Fitz was a starter, you never once brought up he can't beat out a journeyman. He can't do that. If he can't beat out Fitzpatrick, he shouldn't be starting. You never said that with Josh Rosen, bro. You never did.
I argued with you and everybody, and I think it's on Larry's panel for sure, when I was saying that Tua better start. So if you go back to Rosen, I was saying Rosen better start. So when you really think about it, you could sit here and call me a Ryan Fitzpatrick hater, but I'm really not a Ryan Fitzpatrick hater at all. I just didn't want him to be our starter. I don't care if because Ryan Fitzpatrick, you cannot build nothing. You're not going to get anything out of him.
All I'm saying is you never killed Rosen. You never killed Rosen for not being able to beat out Fitz like you're attempting to do it to him. You never did. I'm just calling you out. I'm calling you out on your foolishness.
What
That's all I'm doing right now.
About that when I say is considered killing Tua.
You said, well, okay. You said if you put this again, expectations. If he can't beat out a journeyman, quote unquote journeyman quarterback, you didn't say that with Josh Rosen, bro. You never said that.
Okay.
So all I'm doing now is I'm trying to get you to see. I'm trying to get you to see your own foolishness, bro. That's all I'm trying to do right now.
But you're right. I'm telling you, you're absolutely right. I never said Josh Rosen or whatever that was. But at the end of the day, we got the Josh Rosen for a second-round pick. I just finished saying earlier, Tua probably wouldn't be getting scrutinized like this if he was maybe a second or third or fourth-round pick. Nobody would be doing this to Tua.
He would.
Nobody.
He would.
But the pick carries a lot of weight and attention on it. That it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'll give him that point. If he was,
it doesn't matter if
he was a later round pick, he wouldn't be judged as hard.
You understand?
For the record, I disagree.
With the Rosen, I was
okay. That's fine.
Look, so if you really want to sit here and really go deep on that, right? So you said I didn't say that about Rosen, but you know what I also didn't say about Rosen? To bench him because he has a garbage ass team that they just tear down. I didn't use that excuse. I said Rosen better start even with that crappy roster. Let's be realistic here as well.
Wait, time out.
But Fitz got production at the same garbage team.
Instead of Tua. Who we could have
Justin
drafted
Herbert.
instead of Tua still got Tua in the second round. That's why I agree with his point.
Oh, okay.
I agree with his point to that. If Tua was the second, third round later, he wouldn't be this hype.
For the record, honestly, I disagree.
Y'all been saying we could have drafted such and such, and Mason gave the name. That's the only point, and it's a fair point because it was been brought up on other panels, and I can't argue with that point.
You guys have fun. I'll be right back. I gotta go get me a drink of water. Again, I got a big condo here, so I got to walk all the way down. Love you guys. Keep up the great work. Go ahead, fellas.
But yeah, man, look, listen. All I'm saying with you, Pete, specifically in regards to this, I'm just trying to get you and people that like you that harbor that subjective opinion about Tua. It's like, bro, it's like you have this personal disdain for this player. You don't even know him from a can of paint, bro. All I'm saying is just not with Tua, but any player, just evaluate objectively. Try to be as objective as possible when you're talking about evaluation, because again, when you take emotion out of it, you see the game much clearer, bro. You do. So I'm just trying to help you at the end of the day. So, but
listen,
99.9% of your approach to this player is subjective, bro. It is. Let's just keep it 100.
No,
if you ain't gonna keep it 100, if you're not gonna keep it 100 with me, at least keep it 100 with yourself, bro.
I'm gonna keep it 100. I always keep it 100. I don't come up here to lie to people. I tell you guys exactly what I think. So what I think is what I think. So repeat what you were saying about it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, bro. You just need to get. All I'm saying is, look, he's our quarterback, right? For right now, he's our quarterback. At least Rosen got 2 years. Can the man at least get 6?
Nobody cares about Rosen. He's gone.
Okay, hang on. Okay, listen.
Forget about
all I'm saying is, bro, can the man get 16 games? That's all I'm saying. Can he get 16 games before you come at him?
That's going to be up to him to earn that, and that's up to.
What do you mean? No, he's already earned. He's a starter, right? He let the man.
That's up to the team to let him start 16 games. The team hasn't let him start 16 games.
Let the man.
I get where you're coming from.
Let the man get 16 games under his belt, and then if he's not performing up to standard, I will be the first. I will have to wait on Pete, TD, anybody. I tested any of these dudes that's been hating on Tua since day one. I will be leading that criticism. I will be. So at least let the man get enough of a sample size that we can grade him objectively and firmly on. That's all I'm saying, bro.
That's going to be up to him. But, I asked you guys a question earlier and my phone dropped. I was busy. Who's the backup quarterback then?
I told you it's going to be Jake Rutter, I think.
So, look, okay. Jake Rutter, that's not going to happen. But again,
okay.
Yeah. I think they're going to keep Fitzpatrick at the end of the day.
Remember the question I asked you guys earlier, Russell Wilson in 2 first or Watson in 3 first? I asked my boy that he's the biggest. He's with you guys. He doesn't be on YouTube. He has a different lifestyle, but he's with you guys. He uses the injury, all of that. At the end of the day, I understand it. It makes sense. That narrative really makes sense. But when you just judge him as a player on the field and ignore that narrative, then you could base that off. I understand because he is fully healthy right now. And then you judge.
He said he's healthy now.
Pete, here's the thing. Pete, hang on real quick. In regards to his injury, Tua, sure, he's healthy enough to get back on the field, but that's not the objective. The objective is to complete his rehabilitation and get back to where he was. Hang on, to get back to where he was. To get back to where he was pre-injury. That's the objective. He's not the same athlete on tape. He's not, and he even acknowledged that. He said, man, I just feel like I'm running. He said, if you go back, several months ago, I think it was after the Arizona game, he said, man, I just feel like I'm running in quicksand. And he said, I don't know if I'll ever be able to get, have that explosiveness. I don't know if I'll ever get that back. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said. So last year he took a year to rehab to get on the field. This year is to properly train and get his body back to as close to where he was before the injury as possible. That's the objective this year. That's why we need to wait and let this process play out. You have to factor in the injury. It happened. A catastrophic injury at that, mentally and physically. You have to account for that in your evaluation.
And
you have to.
Can I add another point to yours? Remember,
1 second.
The NFL game is faster. Everybody says this when the first year they enter the NFL, the game is faster.
We hear you, Pete.
So if he's coming from those 2 points and the game is faster, I'll agree to give him more room, especially since you already got him signed to a contract.
You have to.
So going back to that same question, Russell Wilson 2 picks, Watson 3. My boy texts me and tells me he would rather go with the Wilson pick because you don't have to trade Tua and you could actually develop Tua under Russell Wilson for 3 to 4 years and then pick one to trade or do it and make a better deal.
Yeah, but you know damn well if you're gonna trade, if Seattle's trading Russ, bro, they gonna want that young developmental quarterback in return.
This guy does not want to get rid of.
Yeah.
You know that.
You don't want Tua in return, no doubt.
I mean, is Pete Carroll still coaching Seattle?
Yes,
yeah.
Then damn it, Tua will be on the table. I mean,
Denver
he got a cheaper version
tonight.
of Russell Wilson, basically. Russell Wilson got some of the injuries he can work with, and plus Carroll makes the playbook around his QB.
Oh, he doesn't. He makes his playbook around the running back.
Well, he can work with it.
That's the running back. But Jefferson, you're good.
I mean, I'm just thinking. But the coach has a track record too, and I'm trying to include all of it because these are all different factors the team is trying to include when they make these trades and do these picks.
I'm gonna let Pete go again in a second. I just want to say this again. When I started this show tonight, I put that headline up there. The main reason why I did was to let people know that in my heart, and I do believe this, big time Jefferson, Pete don't want to hear it. I really believe in my heart, They're just going to trade down, fleece either Carolina and Denver or even San Francisco, and they're going to move on with Tua and pick a lot of these kids from the Senior Bowl, especially that kid from Wisconsin, wherever the center of that the whole organization is in love with.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my opinion. I think they're going to fleece whoever
I think the trade down, I think the trade down is ideal for the Dolphins.
I do too.
I think if they're gonna go and be aggressive in free agency, I think if you're gonna splurge on an offensive side of the football, I think it has to be a right tackle. And if you do that, if you bring in a right tackle, that just gives you maximum flexibility as far as the draft is concerned.
All right, let me play devil's advocate, EM, to you. They keep the pick, and the Jets take Zach Wilson, which here is the buzz. Who do you pick at 3? Or do you trade it? You. If you was
am I factoring in free agency as well?
Yes.
Or what?
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Whatever you want to do with this pick. If you was Chris Greer, what would
I'm the trade down, bro. I'm trading.
Okay. I agree with that. Because the reason I agree with that is this. The hottest player right now, besides the quarterback from Alabama, which I really believe whoever takes him, you're going to regret it, is the offensive tackle from Virginia Tech. And we're right at where they expect him to go with the 18th pick. So let's say we trade down and we pick another position. It doesn't matter, at 8. If that kid's there at 18, I see the Dolphins jumping all over him. Because they're going to have multiple picks to do more in the second and third rounds if they trade down. Trust me, they will. And if they do get a second from whoever who trades up for that pick, that's 3 second rounders. I'll do that any day. Any day. And 2/3.
Now, this is the question, though. And even more so than Watson, than the trade down in the draft, the biggest question mark in Dolphin land is this Xavier Howard situation, in my opinion.
I brought that up tonight. Big Time asked me where I heard that from. I heard that, I saw that today, that there's rumors he wants out of Miami.
So what's going on with that all together? If anybody can just explain that.
He wants more money. And he should, okay? He should. Based off the historic season that he had in 2020, he should. I am not mad at Xavier Howard, not one bit.
Yeah, I'm going to say something when you finish. It sounds comical, but it's the truth. Go ahead, Ian.
But I can understand if the Dolphins, if they tell him, bro, we made you the highest paid corner already once. We're not going to do it again. So it's just a money thing. It's, Xavier Howard, he'll be 28 when the season starts. He's still relatively young man, but he's a relatively young man, but he's had durability issues. And if you're going to move off Xavier Howard at some point. You're going to move off that contract. Yes, so if you know he's not going to be in your 5-year projection, your 5-year window, now's the time to move him because his trade value will never be this high again. Never.
So do you think
you won't get a number 1 for him?
So do you think Belichick will pay the money for him?
What's that, Big Time?
So do you think if he was on in years past the Patriots teams, do you think Belichick would have paid the money for him, or do you think he would have just?
No, not quite.
It ain't about Belichick. It's about the New England ownership.
LaShawn, I understand that, but I think my opinion. I think Flores is pretty much the mirror image of Belichick. So and I feel that if he wouldn't do it, I don't think. Honestly, I just don't feel that they will do it either. And I think they'll get as much out of him as possible and move on and pick up somebody that's going to be, that can still benefit the team.
That's why
I ain't even thinking about it that way.
That's why. I don't know who. Somebody got a lot of feedback. I don't know who that is.
I know who that is. Yeah, he cut it off. I know who that is. He cut it off.
But that's why when when I brought up the whole Caleb Farley selection for the Dolphins. That's why, I was factored in the whole Xavier Howard situation. If you select a player like Farley, number one, the value is there in terms of athleticism. I mean, he could be the best athlete in this entire draft. He could wind up being the best player in this entire draft. He's a corner. You select him, it protects you whichever direction you go in with this Xavier Howard situation. So, but yeah, I agree with you big time. I was already prepared myself mentally. I think 2020 we won't see 2021 we won't see Xavier Howard in a Miami Dolphins uniform.
I don't think so even. I'm going to add to this, and this is it's going to sound funny, but this is real. This is my opinion. Mighty funny how Howard came out with this just, the last 24 hours since extension. I'm not being funny. It sounds comical, but I'm not being funny.
Come on, Jason Sanders?
Yeah. It might be funny how this came out once Sanders got his extension.
Oh, it's strategic.
You come out with it.
It's strategic by Xavier Howard for sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's the best player in the team, in my opinion.
He's sending a message. He's sending a message to the Dolphins. Look, pay me, or I'm going to sit out. And the Dolphins are like, okay, no problem.
I love Xavier Howard, but here's the thing: you become the highest paid corner in the league that year. Following year, you're not the highest paid corner in the league because the other corner that they paid the highest paid is now on your team. And now here's the biggest situation with XY. I understand his situation, why he wants to get paid more or he wants to ride out. But Xavier Howard used to line up when we used to look at him all the time on the left-hand side. He got paid to be the starting cornerback. Byron Jones comes in. He's the highest paid. He goes and takes that left side. They sip Xavier Howard, man. They move him in motion left to right, right to left. They move him back and forth. But Byron Jones is stepping on that side when they should have just manned him there. I mean, I don't know. He had to feel some type of way coming from like Xavier Howard's point of view.
Commandante Lou, but he earned that extension.
Salute, Lou.
Wait, coming from, Xavier Howard's point of view and them doing that to him, and then him getting way more interceptions than Byron Jones, now he made the organization feel like you guys could have paid me more and gave Byron Jones a little lesser than me. So now either you pay me more.
I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem, again, I just said it. The best player on the team got an extension yesterday. He's going to make $10 million this year.
You need to stop that. That's nonsense, man.
You tell me Jason Sanders not the best player on the team.
That's nonsense, man.
He got pissed off, and he proved them wrong. And he's got another option because you know what?
Yeah, we agree.
Started on the left side. He's playing the right side. He's shifting over. You know how many options that is for other teams that would gladly have paid him more?
All right,
if he
now,
would got to the market.
Ian, back to you. How come the most reliable player on the team is not the best player on the team? I'm curious to hear this.
Okay.
I'm being serious. You see me with straight face.
I know, and I'm trying to really respond to you. It's so funny,
I know it's
bro.
comical.
I'm trying to respond to you, but I can't.
Go ahead. The reason why I say that for people to know this, okay? I really believe
couldn't even answer that.
No, he could. No, because
I can't, bro. When have you ever known me to be tongue-tied, bro?
He got EM with that one, Mason.
I got him on this one, and I'm going to go a step further. In my opinion, this is not a great talented team like our friend on another platform, and congratulations, but he got over 15,000 K subscribers, thinks this is a team of 8s and 7s. I don't see it that way. I see it as a team that...
Who are you talking about, TD? You talking about TD?
Yeah, I just congratulate him because I have nothing. Yeah. I like him. I like Tony very much. I have nothing bad to say. He's always been good to me. And I used to give him. I used to contribute to his show with his. I forgot what they call it. Anyway, my
super chat
point I'm making. I'm saying this. Yeah, I'm saying this in an honest, serious opinion. And I'm one of these guys who don't think I know everything. That's why I have you guys up here. If I thought I know if I'd be talking by myself every night. I look at the Dolphin team. I don't think it's as talented as a lot of their fan base think it is. That said, and I was real when I said this 2 weeks before the Chiefs game when my boy, shout out to Dusty, he was criticizing the whole team. I said, look, bro, I look at Howard, he's balling. I said, I look at Akbar, he's balling. Eric Rowe, balling. I said, the rest of the team, it's all right. The point I'm making is this. I look at the kicker. The last 3 years, he's been the most reliable on the team. Guys have injuries. Guys are up and down. This year, you can say Howard ball. To me, Howard's the defensive player of the year. I'm sorry to our boy in LA Rams. No, Howard to me was the best defensive player in football.
I mean, the only argument I'm gonna have with you is I'm not gonna say Howard. I'm just gonna say Jerome Baker alone is he contributed and did more, and he was more reliable than Jason Sanders. He led the team in tackling again. He was utilized on the on blitzes and on the edge even more, and produced the most sacks he's had in his career. But I'm gonna just go back to a long time ago, and this is what I said when I actually predicted the Dolphins that they can be a playoff team, and this is why. You have 2 shutdown corners. If you scheme off of that right, the rest of the team really doesn't matter. Like based off the scheme, if you run the scheme right and you perform it, you're gonna have a good team. If you shut down teams number one,
you stealing from my evaluation. Pete.
Yeah,
Stop
but
that.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate with. I'm gonna play devil's advocate with both of you. Okay.
So that's how
you heard me.
No,
you heard me say that. You heard
I'm
me
gonna
say
play.
that.
I'm gonna play devil's
10-4.
advocate to both of you.
I'm kidding, Pete.
Tampa Bay.
I'm trolling you, bro.
Tampa Bay just won the Super Bowl. Tampa Bay held Kansas City out of the end zone. You know why? They used our game plan. The difference is they had a front seven. Was a scheming secondary. We have a secondary. We don't have a great front seven. So to me,
you know what? I'm not going to say we have a great front seven.
No, not us. I said Tampa. Us, we have a great secondary, in my opinion. To me,
no. I don't think our front seven gets enough credit. To be honest with you. You know what I mean? I think, again, it's our first year, that we actually saw tangible results and production from, our front seven, our defense as a whole. But Tampa, I will say this with Tampa. And it goes back and this is where I want our defense to get to. Because I look at Tampa Bay as the model. If you look at how they're built schematically, personnel-wise, the whole nine, they're very similar. Todd Bowles' game plan, he's very similar in his approach as Brian Flores.
I agree.
But the difference is that monster that they have in the middle, and his name is Vita Vea. And I told y'all before the Super Bowl, him and others would be, they would just make the life miserable for Patrick Mahomes up front, especially after considering the injuries that they had up front on their offensive front. So that's what we're missing. Now, can Raekwon Davis build upon the second half of the season that he had? Hopefully he can. But I think for this defense to get to that level, we're going to have to improve that run defense. We're going to have to be – Tampa Bay led the league in run defense from start to finish, and Vita Vea missed, 10 games, 11 games?
Yeah.
So that's the difference between us. We have the better secondary. But again, back to what you said, Pete, about if you have, 2 shutdown corners, this is where we part ways. No. Your front seven matters, bro. Your front seven matters.
Yes,
because
it does.
if you can't stop the run, bro, it just makes things you're allowing the opposing team to control the clock, keeping your offense, minimizing your offensive possessions that you could possibly have, bro. The run game, that's why I keep telling y'all. Told y'all beginning of the season, run game is paramount. The run game affects every other aspect of your team, offensively and defensively.
When you that's why I said if you run the schematic correctly with 2 shutdown corners, you do exactly what the Miami Dolphins did last season. And what is that? You become the highest blitz team in the league, and you force teams to pass the ball on you.
I'd rather have a team, Pete. I'd rather have a great front seven, but we don't have.
And if you go back to all of our Dolphin games, we got beat. We got beat heavy off the blitz. When we were up, we were still having to blitz, and that's how you grade your D-line because we're nowhere near Tampa Bay. Because when you're up, you want to put pressure with your front four.
That's my
And
point.
the Dolphins
our
can't
defense,
do that. When they get hands on these guys, the only thing is strength. That's all they have.
Here's where our defense took a significant leap and jumped into that top 5 category is when the front 7 started playing better against the run. And Landon Roberts, Jerome Baker, Raekwon Davis was inserted into that into that zero position. That's the elevated play of Zach Sealer, Christian Wilkins, Agba, even Van Ginkel. That's when the defense elevated and got into that top 5 category.
Yeah, but
so they go hand in hand. They go hand in hand. But the run game,
blitzes, and all of that with these guys, stacked boxes. That's what I'm saying. All of these guys performed off of stacked boxes on defense. That's what we ran mostly, bro.
Again, I was saying about the talent on this team. I think it's okay. I think they spent their money well a year ago. They definitely did that. But I really believe if they do, I don't care about free agency. I'm not shocked, you guys. I don't. Whatever they do, they do. I don't care. What I care about is this right now. If they make a trade down and they get more picks, they better hit on 7 of them right away.
Damn, 7, man? 7 of them.
Because the picks are high. The picks are high, bro. If they were like...
Hold on. Define a hit for me. Define a hit for me.
I better see a starting running back. I better see a middle linebacker. I better see a right tackle, and I better see that picked first.
But no, define what's your definition of a hit, a successful draft pick is. You said they better hit on 7.
You know what?
Starting lineup.
I can be honest with you. There's enough players to where you
7 starters?
You're picking that high, EM. They better start.
There's
7 starters on a 10-win team, man.
There's 4 players in each position he's asking about. There's 4 players that we can pick, and I would be all right with.
7 starters, honestly. 7 starters on a 10-win team, man.
Hold up. Let me elaborate. Okay, I see some holes in this team.
Okay, where? Let's define where do you see the holes?
Right tackle.
Okay.
Running back.
That's a hole, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Running back.
Okay.
A speed receiver or 2.
A slot receiver.
Yeah, slot receiver.
So that's 3. That's 3.
Middle linebacker. Safety. That's 5 right there.
There's not a hole at safety, bro.
Defensive end. A true defensive tackle.
No. Yeah, definitely edge rusher.
Those are not holes. Those are not holes. You got, bro. You
listen.
You're talking,
EM,
bro.
We have
talking,
nobody.
Listen.
No, let me tell you why I think defensive end. There is no defensive end on our team that can make an impact play or has any juice or any dynamic moves on them. This defensive line, all they did schematic-wise was to push back.
I understand.
They have nothing else.
I understand the schemes, Pete. I broke the scheme. If you forget, I broke the scheme down at the beginning of the season. I understand schematically what the Dolphins do or what they attempt to, what they try to do. The solution,
they don't have anybody. They tried to get somebody like Jadeveon Clowney, but he was too much money.
Here's the thing. Okay, I get the concern about generating a more organic pass rush. You want a player that can win consistently one-on-ones. The solution is on the roster, and it's Emmanuel Agba. That's why I said you need to bring in a true zero. That way you can free up Raekwon Davis and slide him to 1-3, and you have Christian Wilkins at the other 3, which, see, people are I don't think y'all realize just how good a player a season that Agba had. He had this. I do. Emmanuel Agba is an interior player. He's a 3 technique in a base 34 defense, which means 2 of the downs on first and second downs, he's lined up from an interior position, bro. And he still had the year that he had. I don't think y'all don't realize how difficult that is. He had double-digit sacks from an interior position. only Aaron Donald and J.J. Watt put up those kind of numbers because they're deployed in a similar way that Emmanuel Ogba was this year. So I think if you bring in a true zero, that will free up Raekwon. He can man 1-3 and Christian Wilkins on the other side at another 3, and you can have Emmanuel Ogba stand up in his, which is, I think, this is the way to maximize his ability because he's a crazy athlete. He's a freakish athlete. Stand him up in an outside linebacker position, that will give him more opportunities to impact the passer, bro. He won't get a consistent double team like he will from an interior position.
Yeah, let me ask
so that's the solution. We don't need to go out and sign a big time free agent or bring in a first round pick on a player.
Yeah,
we don't need to.
Yeah, let me ask you another question. Let's say I'm right, and they make the trade down, and they got all those high picks, and they hit on most of them. Let's say they hit on 7 of 8 right away. Doesn't that make our roster deeper?
You said 7 starters, Mace. You said 7 starters.
Hold up.
Because I'm a little lost.
7 starters. Yeah, there's 7 starters.
But we're trading.
You said 7.
You're saying we're trading from number 3 to where again?
Either Carolina or Denver. That's the word on the street.
Okay, 8-9. We go 8-9. And what did we get for that? Their first round. So we're at 8. And what else did we get?
Their second, their third, and next year's one.
Oh, wow. Their second and their third. Okay, so now I see why you're getting 7.
Exactly. And Ian, what Pete's saying, I'm going to keep adding to it. His point. I know where Pete was going with this. Let's say I'm right, and these kids can ball, but they have to wait their turn. Isn't there a win-win that we have depth in certain positions, Ian?
I agree, but you said starters, Mace. You said starters.
Yeah, well, I do want them to start, but now I came back to a little realization a little bit.
You want a bigger squad? You want to build more, Mace?
That's what I was trying to get you to. That's what I was trying to get you. I was like 7 starters on the 2-win team. How realistic is that?
How many more picks can you add there with Xavier Howard trade right now?
Probably 2 more of 3.
I think you can get a 1 and a 2 for X.
A 1 and a 2. So now we got 9
minimum.
picks. Now we got 9 picks. Are you talking 9 picks in the top 50, Mace?
Yes.
But yeah, I agree, Mace. I agree with you, bro. Yeah, that would create, crazy depth on this team.
That's what I'm talking about, bro.
But you said starters though initially. That's what you. And I was like, starters.
I backed up a little bit.
Okay.
I better see 5.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I better see
Absolutely,
5.
I agree with you.
I'm fair about that. Wide receiver, the right tackle, running back, middle linebacker, and to me, an edge rusher. See, I'm fair.
Mace and panel. I just did a draft recently, mock draft. I did a simulator. I traded down with Carolina. I drafted. I know people hate this, but I actually drafted Caleb Farley at Carolina's pick and stuff like that.
Who?
Then at number Caleb Farley.
Okay, the DB. Okay, I can see that.
Then at number 18. I don't care what the rankings say, but I drafted Zavion Collins at number 18 at linebacker to replace Cal Van Noy. I'm planning this, and then I drafted Lee McNeil at Carolina's pick. I drafted Javonte Williams at our pick, the pick we got from Houston.
Smart boy.
And then at 50, I drafted Jabril Cox at our middle linebacker.
Smart boy. Yeah, the kid from LSU.
Well, what's your guys' opinion? Those are my.
Did a hell of a job, Manzano. Manzano did a hell of a job.
Anthony, one of my favorite prospects from this whole class is Zavion Collins.
There's only one mistake you made, Manzano. You know what that is?
Drafted Lee McNeil.
You didn't. What position he plays?
Defensive tackle.
You didn't draft us a right tackle.
No, because in free agency, I got Tyler Moon. Because
I want to ask everybody here a question. Because we all love the same team. I'll ask you guys a question. Do you really want to spend money on a right tackle, or would you rather draft a young, fresh right tackle?
Mm-mm. No, I want experience up front.
Okay. So you pick the guy from
e-
Carolina.
e- expectations are staring the Dolphins in the face.
I would have to
Expectations are
see the guy's
enormous.
film.
So I
I would
want as
have
much
to see the
stability.
guy's film.
I want as much stability as I can possibly provide for Tua
You
up
knew
front.
you guys do know from the teams, and this is everywhere, from the teams who didn't make the playoffs in 2020. You do know that the number one consensus team, many people think, if they draft well to get to the bowl, is Miami. You guys know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're the consensus number one
and actually, that or for me, it's either get Tyler Newton or trade for Ryan Ramczyk. Give one of the picks that we got from Carolina.
I would take Ramczyk, the kid from New Orleans, because he is available, by the way.
That would be my choice from the Dolphins. Bring in Michael Dieters, teammate from Wisconsin, baby.
What's up with the 49ers center that's a cap casualty?
No, I think center. Everybody thinks center. I don't think the Dolphins are going to splurge. I think they're high on Michael Dieter. I'm telling you. I think Dieter. Again, if y'all recall, who was that first person to put that out there in the Dolphins universe about Michael Dieter 2 years ago? That would be in Dolphins, baby. But
but hold on, didn't the Dolphins make a play
Dieter,
for Tom Cameron?
Quality starters.
Who was that?
Tom Cameron, the new center that they just picked up on a future reserve contract.
Oh yeah, from New Orleans, yeah.
And there was multiple teams. Actually, the Dolphins were battling.
Yeah.
For this guy.
He's a very athletic player.
And big.
I don't think the Dolphins are going to splurge, bro, at center. I just don't believe that. I think they believe in Dieter's development. I think Dieter will be given every opportunity to start come training camp, OTAs or whatever. And I think if they are to be aggressive in free agency on the offensive line, it'll be at that right tackle spot. So I just don't see it, but I can be wrong.
And Ian, do you see us spending money on a receiver in free agency like a Curtis Samuel or something like that?
I would rather. Yeah, it's an option. I think they're gonna. It's a possibility. The Dolphins double up. They're aggressive in free agency and bringing somebody in and doubling up in the draft at that position. But I would rather. If you're gonna splurge, because they probably only have money for really one big time guy, I would say. I would rather go all in at right tackle and use my draft capital with the addition of capital that you gain from a trade down. I would attack wide receiver aggressively, through the draft. Because I don't think we need a true. I think we have two guys, Parker and Preston Williams. I think those guys are fine, 1 and 2, respectively. I think they are good enough to get. That's the question mark. That's huge. I get it. I understand, but I just don't think. I think we just need complementary guys to their skill set. We need a player with a different skill set. A quicker player. Obviously a player with vertical speed. But I don't think we need to bring in and make a major investment in terms of like bringing in a true number one guy, because I think we've got two guys that are a physical matchup nightmare for probably 85% of the league, bro. So
yeah,
that's just my opinion.
And do you think this is a fair evaluation of a guy like Devontae Smith with his size? Realistically, how could he actually handle constantly being jammed up? He doesn't have, realistically, a receiver like that. How long could he realistically last in the NFL? He's like 190. He refused to weigh in at the Senior Bowl. Doesn't that show red flag? He might be lighter than he actually advertised.
Well, yeah. His lack of girth, his lack of size.
Jefferson, you're welcome.
it's definitely a concern, especially if you're talking about picking him in the top 10. Any of these receivers, any of them. That's why I would rather if you're talking about from a value perspective, that's why I think Caleb Farley is the pick if you're the Dolphins. Because the value is there. When you're picking in the top 10, players that generally get picked and pushed up draft boards are quarterbacks, tackles, pass rushers, cornerbacks, or freakish type of wide receivers, and nobody fits that criteria with these wide receivers coming out this year. Maybe
is it rare a safety gets pushed up? Is it rare that a safety gets pushed that high?
Yeah, you never see a safety get picked in the top 10. I mean, that is that's even more rare than I'm not gonna say more rare, but yeah, it's rare as well. You generally don't see those players.
Wait, I thought didn't Darwin James get picked in the top 10?
No,
yeah, he got picked fifth. He went fifth.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He went 17. He went 15 because he got picked after Minka. We picked Minka at 12, and I think he went 15.
Yeah, and I want
to right now.
I thought there was a safety in the past few drafts.
Yeah, don't worry.
You look at Eric Berry went in the teens, Earl Thomas went in the teens, Ed Reed went in the teens. I can't remember any safety.
Sean Taylor got drafted in the top 10, didn't he?
Got picked in the top 4. He was number 4.
Okay, well, he's an anomaly. He's a glitch in the matrix. But you generally don't see that. There are anomalies, just like any position. But no, you generally don't see that. So anyway.
The safety position is a super rare position in general that you don't really see get drafted in the top 10.
Yeah, you don't. You don't see that.
Yeah. And honestly,
that's why every draft class is different. Every single draft class is a different player, a different generational talent coming out, and you know how it is with these players.
And
Jamal, I'm sorry. You know what? Jamal Adams got picked to the top 10 too, I think.
He went
8. He went 8.
Yeah, and me and Mason were talking about this earlier in the stream. Honestly, I feel that Sewell is being overhyped by the media, and the scouting community is coming down on him. They're not as high on him as the media is. They're thinking
No. I'm not buying that. Sewell is doing exactly what you want from a lineman, bro. This guy goes downfield. He doesn't miss the block. He doesn't whiff.
Yeah, he was right. He went 17th.
So well, I mean, at least on tape, he's a big dude. He has all the intangibles. He's a really good player. Another good guy.
No, but the scouting community is coming down. Like, they're not saying he's a top 3. They're still saying he's a top 10, but he's not a top 5 pick, is what I'm saying.
That's fine.
They're in love with the Northwestern kid. No. He'd be gone by 8.
This guy is moving downfield, and you see him running out there. That's what you want to see.
I mean, when I showed that footage a couple of weeks ago, certain people who was in this room poo-pooed it.
I don't want that pick with the 3.
What's that?
About Sewell.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, I was getting pushback.
I just think
Ball Game was with me, though. Coach was with me. I call Ball Game Coach.
Yeah, Ball Game. I mean, Sewell, bro, he's legit. My thing is this, though. If you can trade down, I would just rather have, I would rather have the potential to select and take my chances on 3 to 4 players that you can get from a trade down as opposed to 1, no matter how good of a prospect.
I agree.
But Sewell is. You know what I mean?
I agree.
So he's, he's got the ability. His tape is what it is. He sat out a year, so I'm sure some scouts might be, they might try to use that against him or whatnot, and whatever.
I totally agree with you.
The kid's tape is what it is, and I don't know if he's going. I'm not going to put that pressure on him and say he's going to be this, he's going to be that. But I just think, even if he becomes an all-pro guy, we had one in Jake Long. Do you really need that to be? If you supplement your team right, the other areas of your team. Do you really need a player, a Hall of Fame tackle? I mean, is good to have.
Hell yes.
But do you have to have it to be successful? No, you don't.
You don't have to
No, you
have
could
it.
find
But if he's staring you at the face, let's say at 3 or 8, which is a possibility, bro.
Well, if he's at the trade, if we complete the trade down and get the additional capital, and he's still there at 6, 7, or 8, absolutely, I'm all over him. Yeah. Absolutely. The pick is going to be between me in the top 10. If I'm in the Dolphins front office, it's going to be between Sewell and Caleb Farley. That's what those two players who I'm picking against.
I get the feeling
I
get the feeling the Dolphins gambling that Sewell will be there at 8 if they move down.
No, he ain't getting past the Bengals, bro. He ain't getting past
the Bengals are favoring
the Northwestern tackle.
Yeah, they're favoring Slater over Sewell. Apparently,
that could. We all know. Well, I know how the draft works. But what last year taught us is that this time of year, leading up to the draft, there's a ton of smoke screens that are being put out. This is just the nature of the draft, leading up to it. So don't read too much. A lot of these reports that's coming out. I tell people all the time, please caution yourself because there's a lot of smoke being put out there.
Well, technically, it's not smoke. It really be the truth that these coaches and these players, they're out there watching these guys, but that's their job. That's what they have to do. They got to watch everybody. If you're in position to get anybody, you got to watch everybody. So,
you're actually predicting the Dolphins are going to be like the Patriots, where they're going to think of moving off of both Xavier and Byron because they're thinking like
absolutely. Oh yeah, it's coming. They would rather. I think even the Dolphins would rather. I'm not gonna say that.
They already said already today that they're gonna make a lot of they're gonna tell the guys who
if
they signed last year.
Xavier Howard is traded, it's gonna be for Watson. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna move off.
Star player for a star player. I've been saying
they're gonna be moving off of one or definitely both in the next 2 years. They will be.
You're already telling this guy to make a pay cut.
Yeah, and honestly,
Xavier Howard is asking for a raise, and the Dolphins want to give him a pay cut.
Not Howard. They want to give Jones they want him to take a pay cut.
And honestly, I've been saying this since we drafted Noah. I think we didn't draft Noah to be X's replacement. We drafted him to be Byron's replacement. Don't you agree, EM? Because he plays more like Byron than X, to be honest. His playing style is more towards Byron, to be honest, when I look at his tape.
Well, I wouldn't. Well, I mean, specifically, why do you say that, Anthony? Why do you say he's more? Because he doesn't get a lot of interceptions.
I think he got drafted
hang on.
A replacement, not just for one.
Yeah, either one. That's what I think. I think he was drafted to be a replacement for one of them. In particular, Xavier Howard, because they already made him the highest paid corner one time already, previously. So I think Xavier Howard, and also you probably get more. You definitely get now, considering the season he had this year, you get more in a trade for Xavier Howard than you can Byron Jones.
Okay, let me explain why I said that. No, it's more like Byron. It's not just because of the interception stats, but how he plays. He's more of a sticky type of corner where he doesn't rely on he's more reliant on the pass breakups. What is it called? The PBUs or whatever it's called, the pass breakups over the interceptions. He's like Byron in the sense where he focuses more on the more reliable instead of the flashy play, is what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying he plays more like Byron. He doesn't rely on the flashy stuff compared to Xavier. That's why I'm saying he's more like Byron.
Yeah, I got a crazy question for you. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Eagles, Dallas come calling. And the Eagles go, I'll take Howard off your hands. I'll give you the 6th pick in the draft. You take it.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Dallas also
Absolutely.
10th pick. You take it.
Absolutely. If the Colts come calling, they offer their first round pick in a second or a third. I'm moving off of Xavier Howard.
Yeah.
See, Howard is not going. He's not going to get 2 first round picks like Jalen Ramsey did. First off, you have Jalen Ramsey is 4 years younger than Xavier Howard. Number one. Two,
Yeah.
you don't have the durability issues with Jalen Ramsey like
Come on
you
up,
do
ball
with
game.
Xavier Howard.
I just mentioned
So
the name. Come on up.
so you're not going to get 2 first round picks for Xavier Howard. That's unrealistic in my opinion. Now, if they do that,
I think you got to give 2 picks, maybe a first and a second, or like.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. You get a first and a third. I would even move them for a first and a third at this point.
But if the Eagles just offer you 6, would you take it?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I think's gonna happen. I think one of those teams, Philly or Dallas, they're gonna look at Xavier Howard. They're gonna look at the draft, and they're gonna go. You know what? Let's call my name.
You got to pick up his replacement with that pick. Do you agree?
Yeah, and he's there, Caleb Farley.
for
Yeah,
Patrick Surtain
or Surtain. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I said that when I first brought up Caleb Farley, folks was laughing. I received a lot of pushback.
No more, bro. Yeah.
They ain't laughing no more. They ain't laughing no more. Trust me.
See, when I look at Caleb, he's more like his style more towards X than no. That's why.
No. Farley, potential-wise now, he's a better athlete than Xavier Howard ever was.
He's
more athletically. Athletically, he's more in because Byron Jones at one point in time when he came to the league, he was considered a super athlete. Caleb Farley's in that category.
I'm talking about his playing style. I'm talking because when I look at Caleb, he has more. I'm not talking about his athleticism. I'm talking about when it comes to the way he plays. I think he is a flashy type of corner where he relies on the interception.
No, that's not. And I'm telling you, that's not true, Anthony. That's not true, bro.
By the way, a ball game agrees with Ian.
Ball game, come on, bro.
Yeah, I dropped the link for him. He agrees with you. He said Farley's more like Jones.
Yeah, because those are those super athletes.
He said you make the trade. He agrees with me and you. He said you make the trade. He said
hell yeah,
and then pick up Caleb Farley with that pick. Yeah, I agree.
I'm telling you now, whether they keep Xavier Howard or Byron Jones, I'm leaning more towards Farley.
So let me get this straight. You said it before a couple of weeks ago. So let me get this straight, big boy. You will trade if that trade was even with the 8th pick. If they traded down, let's say with Carolina, you would take Farley with that pick.
I'm leaning.
I agree with you, by the way. I agree with you.
I am seriously considering taking Farley at 3, bro. That's how high I am on this kid.
The reason why I agree, as crazy as it may sound to the rest of the panel, I agree with Ian, because I'd rather have a championship defense and a power running game to win championships. You guys know that. I've said it many times. And you get another lockdown corner. Who the hell is going to throw in this football team?
I know, right? You got, and again,
like that. One player I've been thinking about the same way that I don't mind if the Dolphins go this route at 3 is Xavier Collins, bro. If they get that guy,
that's too high.
No, that's too high, bro.
You get him at
6'5".
No, everybody, you can give him an 18, Pete. Because Pete, you can give him an 18 because everybody's in love with the Notre Dame kid.
And that's way too high for them.
And the Giants may take him at 11.
Ball game, hop in, bro. Jump up here, bro.
Miss out on
he's here now.
Almost 6'5" guy.
So Ian, when you look at Noah, do you think
runs like a running back playing linebacker?
Is he a pure? Do you think he would say? Would we double down on corners in the draft and keep Noah in the slot? And he would be Noah. We would put him as Needham's replacement, Surtain and Farley on the boundaries.
Surtain.
Yeah,
We ain't gonna take none.
Patrick
If we're
Surtain
gonna take
Jr.
one of the. We're gonna take one of the other men's on. We ain't taking both. We got other needs. So if we take Farley, and let's say we trade X and take Farley with that pick, then
shout out the ball game.
Yeah, shout out to
What's going on, ball game?
What's good? What's good?
Ball game.
Yeah, Coach, why don't you elaborate on what you said in the chat? I told the fellas what you said. Go ahead, elaborate. You know these kids better than any of us. Go ahead.
No, I don't necessarily know them better. I just know what my eyes tell me. And Caleb Farley is, to me, I like Surtain, but I think there's a different level to Farley. And I agree with what EM said in regards to superhuman, super athlete. The kid has the he has the top line speed. He's gonna run fast. He's strong at the point of attack for being able to play press. He's also smart enough to be able to play zone. So he's what I consider a triple threat because he has everything you need and more. Surtain, on the other hand, to me, regressed from where he was, and which was weird. And the reason that I talked about this in great detail last week in one of our private conversations, because I was saying, like Nick Saban, even in college, most guys have other guys that actually coach their secondary, but Nick Saban coaches his secondary, and I saw regression from, which is crazy. I saw regression from Surtain.
You think a little bit that coach is because he knew he was coming out and he wanted to save his body, protect his body from injury?
No, I've seen it consistently for 2 seasons.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But for me, my number one is Farley, and my number 2 is J.C. Horn.
I agree.
I heard about J.C. Horn.
Yeah, from South Carolina.
I forgot where I heard that from, but I heard his name earlier from Miami.
And then you got Surtain, and then I have Tyson Campbell from Georgia as my as a side, or like my 3s are Surtain and Campbell.
You know how serious I'm going to take this draft, fellas? Because I used to go to the drafts back in the day in the mid to late 80s and the 90s and early 2000s, 2001. I haven't been there since, but you know how serious I take this? Beginning tomorrow, I'm going to start watching film. I'm going to try and watch 300 Kids by, let's say, WrestleMania. That's March 28th. That will give me and us, who's going to be up in this panel on draft weekend, it'll give me enough time, plenty of time, that I'll write notes on these kids, and then I'll ask EM and Ball Game your opinions about these kids, because you guys know that's why I want you guys to be up here that weekend, that Thursday night and Friday night, because I really believe that this is me. I love the draft. I know guys like iTest knock me on it. You know, to me, it's like Christmas Day. I just love the NFL draft. It's the best draft, not the hockey draft.
Well, that's the best time of the year for sure.
Oh yeah.
I agree.
I think the thing that messing with us right now is what we anticipated we'd have in terms of money is getting screwed by them only raising the cap. What was it, $5 million or so?
Yeah, the 185.
185. So at this point right now, unfortunately, I love the guy, man, but yeah, we got to get off Xavier while he's hot. And I do believe
Dallas at 10.
Well, yeah, I think they're probably taking those phone calls now, just trying to figure out who is going to offer. I mean, whoever it is going to have to offer first. And,
let me add this.
Jerry is. It's crazy though, because Jerry didn't want to play. He didn't want to pay Byron, but I think because Byron didn't get the picks, but Jerry would jump out there. I think he would jump out the window for Xavier.
Well, and so will Indianapolis, and so will.
And he could.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, because who they took last year, they took Diggs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
he was a disaster.
Yeah, but he needs a veteran presence back over there on that secondary, and they like playmakers. They like guys Andy too.
And ball game, they transitioned to a man-based 3-4 approach.
Yes.
So they gonna need man corner. That's the problem
Oh,
with Diggs. Is Diggs is more of a zone guy to
zone
me,
guy.
just like Patrick Surtain. I think Patrick
Yeah.
Surtain might be a slightly better athlete, but I just don't think Surtain for us. He don't have the. I don't think he has the long speed to be deployed in
No.
a
So
an
let me ask,
85% man approach.
so let me
Right.
But
ask both
I
of you
think
this.
I think what they should do, truthfully, with Diggs in Dallas is transition him to free.
Let me ask you a question,
yeah,
both of you. Let
yep,
me
I
ask
agree.
you. You started watching film yet?
Oh yeah.
All right, so let me ask you both this, okay? The kid Horn, right?
Yep.
What
JC
what
Horn.
yeah,
JC Horn.
what round? What round?
Oh, he gonna be high second,
Okay.
late
Yeah,
first.
Yeah.
you're taking
Depending
him at
on
34. You're taking him
depending on
at
team need. I would listen if somebody came and unfortunately sniped Farley before we got a chance to get him. Horn's the next guy up for me. I don't. There's not a huge drop off in athleticism with him and Farley, but Farley is what I saw from Farley was more instinctual play and ability and savvy to be able to bait quarterbacks into throws and his makeup speed is just ridiculous.
It's
I mean,
Xavier Howard S.
Quinte, get up here,
yes,
bro.
It's
Quinte, get up here.
his ability to recover is Xavier Howard S.
yeah,
And
So let me answer this question then, fellas. Okay. Would you take that kid Horn at 21 or would you take Farley at 3?
well,
I'm just asking.
I have Farley already listed as a
Yeah,
player
he's climbing. Right now, he's number 5. Right
that I
now,
would take at 3 and not have a problem with it, especially if I'm trading. Obviously right now at this point, everything with this whole this whole cap situation is screwing a lot of people, but mainly us because at this point now we're gonna have to rely extremely heavy on the draft and taking
Quinte, you want to come up.
taking Sewell at 3. If we don't
Length is
trade
right here.
Howard, we don't. We got. I don't know, man. It's just weird, but I don't have a problem taking Farley at 3. To be honest with you, but I can justify it. Yeah, I can justify it. One based on the fact
I thought in order to draft the corner that high, it had to be a Deion Sanders type corner. Is Farley that type corner?
I don't know. Farley. I mean, you're not gonna listen. So let's be realistic. Deion is a once in an NFL type of circumstance player. So I'm not looking for that, but I'm looking. I believe Farley could be a Jalen Ramsey all day long.
Quinte said, "What's up to everybody?"
And that is way more than good enough to justify taking him at that position.
Ball game. The only I would take. I'm open to take. Obviously, I'm open to take Farley at 3, but he does have ability. A durability concern. He tore his ACL. In 2018.
Right.
So and then he sat out another year, he sat out this year. So that's why I'm I'm pausing. There's a little cause to pause in terms of taking him at 3, but I mean
6'2", 200 pounds.
I agree. I'll be more inclined to take him at 3.
Yeah.
He could turn. I mean, we could be talking about him in 2 years being the best player in this entire draft, let alone best corner, but best player.
Yep.
For some reason, I think the best player in this draft is probably going to end up being Xavier Collins.
Yeah, but you get him at 18. You don't get him in the top 10, 15, 20 picks, bro.
I don't think Farley's going to get picked at 3. We're just talking a player and assuming, are they worthy? These guys believe that he's worthy of 3. I can't disagree. When you look at his height, his size, he has everything you need. I just the only reason I picked Patrick Surtain is because he grew up playing football all his life with the best trainers, best athletes. He played at the high school, St. Quentin Aquinas, where they're always in the state high school championship down here in Fort Lauderdale, and they produce some of the best athletes, bro. Nick Bosa, Joey Bosa, you go back, you can name them all. I mean,
yeah, that's fine.
You want to talk about awareness? This guy knows football awareness since he was 6, 7 years old already.
Yeah, but what I'm saying,
you know what I mean? I take that more into to a player that just randomly, he comes out with these nice attributes and everything for 2 seasons. I take that to more into consideration.
Pete, you're right. But what we're saying, though, is that if you look at the body of work that Surtain has done versus, say, a Farley, Surtain doesn't fit what we would require him and need him to do. That's
why he plays like Xavier Howard perfect.
No, he's not. He's not great. He's not great. Just because he's a bouncer.
Listen, and he has speed.
There's a difference, Pete.
He has the size to hit and tackle just like Xavier Howard.
Are you gonna listen for a second?
I'm telling you what I say.
Get him, ball game. Get him.
In Alabama, if you look at the way they played their defense with Surtain, he was more of a zone guy. They did a hybrid especially when he played against and got exposed by LSU. They started shifting what they were doing with him because he couldn't handle the man solo on the boundary all by yourself responsibilities. You can see it. It's on the film. There was always a safety rolling to his side of the field. And they left the other guy oftentimes, the outside opposite guy, one-on-one. Because that guy had the long speed to be able to run up the field with guys. Surtain didn't have that. He got lost a lot of time. But he thrived in zone coverage.
Would you guys have a problem?
That's all I'm saying. That guy, he doesn't fit what we do.
And there's a place for those type of guys. I mean, I look at Surtain, and I think a fair comparison is Josh Norman.
Josh Norman, yeah.
A fair comparison. And, there's a place.
Josh Norman,
this guy.
I see N.B.A. in him. Honestly, Patrick Surtain reminds me a little bit of N.B.A.
Yeah.
This guy, Patrick Surtain, played heavy.
Don't smoke rocks.
He covers his man.
I'm watching the Clippers. They're kicking ass tonight.
I'm just saying,
you guys have a problem. Everybody on the panel.
Listen, him playing it,
and especially in the red zone.
Listen,
when
him playing it,
at him, he was playing man in
that's the red zone. That's the red zone. There's no threat to get beat deep in the red zone.
We're talking 20 to 20, bro.
We're talking touchdowns.
No, we're talking
20 to 20, bro.
Now we're talking 20 to 20.
That's where it matters. What are you talking about? That's where it matters, Pete.
I'm talking in everything. I'm talking about this guy shuts people down in the red zone, man to man.
You're in a limited space in the red zone, though, Pete. Really? Are you serious? Are we going to talk 20 to 20?
But you're saying he struggled in zone, but he's shutting players down in one-on-one situations when they try him in the red zone, and he beats it every single time.
In the red zone, Pete! In the red zone!
That's where you make your money. Quarterbacks make their money in the red zone.
But you're talking about in an area where the offense is also limited in their ability to run certain things. So it's playing to the red zone plays to the strengths and plays in the favor of the defense all the time. It's a lot harder for an offensive team to have a whole lot of productivity in anyone's red. I don't give a shit how great the corner playing.
And I'm not disagreeing with you with none of that. I know all of that. But you're saying he sucks. And
no, I didn't say he sucks. I didn't say he sucks. I never said that.
Saying you're picking fifth out of 5 corners.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that. I said I said he was third. Are you serious? I said third. I said I'd take J.C. Horn over him because J.C. Horn played 99, almost 99% man, as opposed to the hybrid that Surtain did. It's on film, Pete. You can look at it. You can see it.
But you're saying
all I'm saying
play
for us.
Man like he didn't play man.
No. I ain't saying he can't. I ain't saying he can't.
His scheme was to play zone. That had nothing to do with him playing.
I'm not saying he can't. I'm saying
scheming off of just one player ball game. That's what
listen, when we get to this point, right? After they're done with their college career and these guys are coming in and we're looking at them and evaluate them, the coaches and everyone else are looking at what the scheme was that they played in and how well they performed in it. Patrick Surtain is more of a zone coverage corner now, as opposed to a man corner. He doesn't fit what we do. That's all I'm saying. Caleb Farley and J.C. Horn
Is there a difference?
The panel. Let me ask you a question. If they took both Virginia Tech boys, would you guys be happy? The line, the offensive tackle, and the DB.
I'd rather them get a tackle in free agency.
Free agency though. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Miss asking.
Our offensive line for the most part, we got 3 starters projected. You know, second-year players. I want experience. I want as much experience and stability up front as possible. I'd rather go free agency for a tackle.
Okay.
That's just me.
And honestly,
you know what I'm doing?
I like the corners in this year's draft, but the guy I love the most is Stingley from LSU. He honestly is my favorite corner.
He's not coming out. He's not coming out this year.
It's next year.
No, that's what I'm saying. I like the corners in this year's draft, but I love Stingley because honestly, Stingley.
You gotta love Stingley. You gotta love him. He played as a true freshman on the highest stage, and actually and played his ass off. Yeah, so you gotta love him.
When you look at Stingley, is he a man-to-man or a zone man corner?
He's a man.
I think he's both.
Yeah.
I think he's both.
But I've seen him thrive and make most of his highlight stuff in man-to-man, one-on-one coverage.
I would agree with that.
Fellas, keep it up.
So,
is there a difference,
what the hell Pete talking about,
between
bro?
a regular zone and a man zone corner? A regular zone.
No. Hold on. So listen. So when we say man zone, right? You're generally looking at. I'll be honest with you in terms of the way it breaks down. You're looking at guys that are generally going to be out there playing and say like cover 4. Right, because cover 4 starts off as zone with them facing.
They converse the man at some point.
Man at 7 to 8 yards. Once that wire turns vertical and bangs inside or something to the nature like that, it turns man, and they have to. They're assigned to stick with that guy. You know what I mean? But those corners are backpedaling with their eyes to the quarterback until that wide receiver decides what he's doing on that route. In man coverage. From the time them dudes take off on the line of scrimmage, they don't have no concern whatsoever with what the quarterback is doing. They're stuck on the receiver, and they're watching the body. Or they're watching the body movement, the hands, and all that stuff of the receiver. And that's a special talent.
Great.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Is that what Tampa 2 is basically a cover 4?
Tampa 2 is cover.
No, that's cover 2. That's cover 2.
Yeah, cover 2.
All right, listen to them. They know this. I don't. I mean, I know it, but these guys.
Lord.
So what's happening? Listen, Anthony. So what's happening in cover 2 is that your outside corners, they are playing hard to the flat, right? But they're looking to reroute the wide receiver either all the way outside and to the sideline so that there's a harder throw in the zone between us, giving us the safety time to get over. They either rerouting them inside and allowing the linebackers to pick them up, or they're rerouting them completely outside to the point where they gotta actually come back in and reset themselves, right? But they're still watching. They're still watching the quarterback. Their whole purpose is to reroute and sit on the underneath routes. Now, if there's no threat to that side to threaten the flats or anything of that.
Then they sink.
Yeah, then they sink. You see what I'm saying? You understand?
Ball watching is what you're saying. It's ball watching.
That's it. They're ball watching. Yeah, and there's a certain listen. That is a special. That's a special skill set too. You know what I mean? But to turn and run and have to anticipate with one of the receivers going to throw his hands up and when he's going to sink his hips into his break to try to separate from you, that's the hard. That's man to man is hard.
That's why those players are coveted. That's why they get pushed up draft for it. The man to man corners. Go ahead.
So
go
Dion ahead. Was what you're saying is Dion was an anomaly where he can do all of that.
No. I'm not saying he's an anomaly. I'm saying that it's hard for you to find guys that come out that do both exceptionally well. Dion, So Dion was Dion was a freak of nature, but Deion Sanders made zone look like man. You feel me?
Yep.
And that was the beauty of that thing. Like he legitimately took a whole side of the field away from you.
Yep.
Just by either playing off and playing inside of the receiver to make it look like it was, say, or play outside, half, 1 yard outside of the receiver and made it look like it was cover 3. But in all essence, he had his man in man coverage, but he was playing that entire sector of the field, which was crazy, which made it that much more special for Dallas to be able to do so many other things. And hell, when he was all band when he was in Atlanta. All man.
Well,
he traveled everywhere. Traveled with the number one receiver.
Yeah, really. Deion, they would deploy a lot of concepts where Deion was the only person playing in man coverage, and everybody else would be playing zone.
Yep.
So Deion was definitely. I mean, we'll never see another. What made him so special is he was just a special athlete.
Unicorn. Man.
He was a blip in the matrix. You will never see that kind of athleticism at that position. We just will never see it. So, but Deion did everything well. He was the most complete defensive back that you'll ever. I think in terms of ball game offset. Go ahead, Anthony. Go ahead, Anthony.
Okay. What I'm gonna say, honestly, with Deion, they overlooked his two teammates were Pro Bowl safety and Brian Jordan. I think was it Brian who played with him in Atlanta, who played baseball as well. Was it Brian Jordan, right?
It didn't matter.
Yeah, bro.
But it didn't matter, bro.
Yeah.
Anybody that was elite at those other positions behind him, they just enhanced the rest of the defense. Deion was truly a man on an island, and he owned the island. Like you came into that area, he took the entire side of the field away from the quarterback. Man, you don't even hear guys like a lot of quarterbacks nowadays and cornerbacks, and you can watch it back as far as you want. But when Deion Sanders played, they didn't even when they looked over there, he made them pay for it, bro. Like legitimately.
Bogdan, let me ask you this real quick. Hang on, Anthony. Hang on.
Montano, hang on, man.
I think, I consider Deion the best, but I think for about a 5-year window, I think Revis was as close to Deion I think if we've ever seen. Now, he wasn't an athlete that Deion was, but God, Revis was for about a 5-year window.
You want me to comment on Revis, bro?
It was a shutdown. Yeah, he had shutdown city.
And look at the receivers who he had to be matched up in his era. T.O., Megatron, Randy Mosses of the world, Steve Smiths of the world. I mean, and if you look at his statistics, if you go back and do the research and look at the statistics when he was matched up on these elite receivers, I mean, he completely erased them.
Yeah.
I mean, completely. Megatron.
I'll take Sherman over him.
Man, you out of your mind, man. Stop it.
I think Revis was a product of the New York media, bro. He was overhyped.
What happened? What happened when he went to New England? Then was he a product of the media too? Come on, man, stop. Revis was legit, bro. Revis, if Deion is one, Darrelle Revis is the second. Revis is the second best corner I've ever seen. That dude was.
I wouldn't say that.
Man, who's better?
Revis was better than Ty Lord, bro.
Oh no, bro! Stop.
Revis, Ty Lord in the Hall of Fame. Did you see what he did to Deion last week when he showed him his bust, bro?
Well. Darrelle Revis is up. He'll be a first ballot Hall of Famer too.
Was he better than Champ Bailey, bro?
He wasn't an athlete Champ Bailey was, but yeah, he was better than Champ Bailey. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. No.
I got him 2A, 2B behind. They were both very, very, very similar to me. But
nobody traveled like Revis. Yep. Nobody traveled like him. Nobody. That dude, and you listen to Rex Ryan, he would just tell him, bro, just when they would be in defensive back meetings, Revis, you know what your assignment is. He wouldn't even have to show up. because he knew what his assignment was. He was going to travel with the opposing team's best wide receiver. Nobody traveled like that, and nobody had that kind of production. Nobody reached that apex that Darrelle Revis did, in my opinion. No disrespect to Champ, and no disrespect to Dale Green and all these other guys, Ryan Woodsons of the world. But no, bro, Revis was that dude. I'm sorry, man. That dude was ridiculous.
I wouldn't say that, Ian. It's about hype. That's all. It was hype. To me, Champ Bailey was better to me. I like Champ Bailey. That's why I say it's preference. It's preference.
I'll go with preference.
You gotta look at the space and time in which they operated, bro. And Darrelle Revis was legitimately erasing dudes on Sunday, man.
And I mean, listen to what I just said. Look at the era of wide receivers that he came in.
I'll take
TOs. And if you listen to the players, you listen to Megatron, you listen to T.O., you listen to Randy Moss, they all pay homage to him. No, Revis was that dude. Who's the best defensive back you ever faced? Oh, Darrelle Revis.
I'll take Mike Dean over him.
No, man. I'm sorry.
I'll take Lester Hayes over him.
It's different time, man. It's different time.
Lester Hayes was no joke, bro. You know, I'll take Lester.
Revis
was a product of the New York media, man. He was good, but he wasn't as what they made him out to be, bro.
Oh no, man! Man, he was the best. Hey, Darrelle Revis is the best player to ever come out of Aliquippa, man.
You ain't lying. No, hell no. He ain't better than Ty Law, bro.
What? Are you serious?
Is Ty
Law will even tell, but Darrelle Revis gonna get in. Revis gonna be a first. Revis gonna be a first ballot Hall of Famer, bro.
Come on, man.
Ty Law got 3 rings, bro. I'll take Ty Law any day of the week, bro.
Come on, man. Stop.
I'm not joking,
bro.
I am not joking.
Well, all right.
It's preference. That's all I say.
Listen, anybody that has any kind of doubt about Darrelle Revis.
No, I have no doubt about it.
I'm not doubting.
Listen, I highly recommend y'all go look up that Darrelle Revis tape on YouTube.
I've seen a lot of Revis. I live here in New York,
bro.
I just think that Quinte's right. Plus, I'll throw in this. I think he was a little bit hyped by the New York media, bro.
This is like I feel. I love Zach Thomas, but nobody else does.
I love Zach Thomas too. He should have been in Canton years ago, bro.
I'm just saying.
Nah, listen.
That's who made me become a real Dolphin fan. Zach Thomas.
I'm going by statistics. I'm going by eye tests. I'm going by what other players say.
I'm not knocking Revis.
I'm gonna say this to you.
Y'all need to stop.
Take
that's disrespectful,
man. Statistics and put them against Ryan Urlacher.
Yeah.
No, what's that? What's that? I didn't hear you.
Put Zach Thomas statistics against Brian Urlacher statistics.
No, bro.
I'm just asking.
No, I'm with Quinte.
It's preference. It's preference. Because the average person will pick Brian Urlacher before they pick Zach Thomas, and it's true.
Well,
Zach Thomas was just as good, maybe even better.
Well, Urlacher was a better athlete too. Number one,
he's a better athlete, but he didn't. Let me say this to you: he went to one Super Bowl. They didn't perform. Got mollywopped. Zach Thomas has more all pros. And I think
I hear you.
I'm just saying.
Revis, see, I'm just not going. I'm just not.
Go ahead, Manzano. Go ahead.
I think the reason why a guy like Zach Thomas gets overlooked, because he got in the Hall of Fame right now, but he gets overlooked because he played in the same era as Junior Seau, Derek Thomas.
No, Derek Thomas passed.
It was way before Zach Thomas.
Yeah, he played with Derek Thomas time. You're right. I apologize. Yeah, Derek Thomas.
He did. It was way before.
No,
that's early 90s, 89.
Who's a Kansas City linebacker that played at the same time?
That's way before.
No, Derek Thomas played at the exact same time as those Dolphin defensive guys.
Nah, but Zach Thomas got drafted 96, 97.
Yeah, Derek Thomas was still with the Chiefs.
But that's when Zach Thomas got drafted. I'm talking about his era when he starts when he got drafted.
Yeah, you're right.
Not somebody who's already existing in the league.
You're right. Yeah, but just to me, I still don't understand why Zach Thomas is in the Hall of Fame. I don't get it.
Yeah. Nobody. Zach should be in the Hall of Fame.
They can't explain it to you. Yeah,
he should be. But here's the difference. Here's the like the comparison about Zach Thomas. As good as Zach was, nobody ever sit there and said he's better than Ray Lewis. He's better than Brian Irvin. Nobody ever said that.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. No. Some people say he's better than Brian Urlacher. I heard NFL people say that.
I've never heard that. I've never heard that. I've never heard
Fred that. Fred Taylor will tell you that little short motherfucker will always hit you.
But with in respect to as far as Darrelle Revis is concerned, he was the clear number one guy for the duration of his era, pretty much.
I'll give you that. For 5 years, he was the man. I'll give you that. But I keep saying to you, it's preference. It's your preference.
To me, the best Dolphins linebacker of all time is not Zach Thomas. It's Nick Bonaconi.
Well, to me, that's what I saw. So that's my best linebacker I ever saw.
Nick Bonaconi.
Wait. Who was the best linebacker you ever saw?
Zach Thomas was the best Dolphins linebacker I ever saw.
Oh, Dolphins linebacker. Okay, I thought you said linebacker. Period. Okay.
No, for me, even though I didn't see him, I saw highlights of Nick Bonaconi.
No, I can't rate somebody I never saw.
I'll take AJ Dewey myself.
But honestly, he inside linebacker. I'm talking about inside linebacker.
I'll take Zach Thomas. Yeah, I'll take him over Nick Bonaconi. I'll take Thomas. So I saw both.
Even though Nick won 2 Super Bowls.
Anybody.
No, the reason why I'm saying Nick is
I'm taking Ray Lewis. I'm sorry.
That's why I'm saying Nick Bonaconi, the best linebacker for the Dolphins of all time.
The Dolphins. I'll take Jack Lambert.
That's an outside linebacker, though.
Oh, he was inside.
I thought it was outside linebacker.
Don't forget Ted Hendricks, the Matt Stewart.
He was outside. But if you want to play that game, when he was healthy, I'll take Patrick Willis.
No, bro.
Patrick Willis was no joke.
I like Willis.
Thing to Zach. The closest thing to what you call it. He's the closest thing to Ray Lewis to me.
To Ray Lewis.
I would say 2-3 years.
Yeah, I would say that. Okay. But Ray, I'm sorry, Ray.
Close, but not the same.
I know, not dead.
Right. He's yeah. Ray, I'm sorry, Ray Lewis. He was just a complete. He had everything you want in a linebacker. He had size. He had speed. He was. I never saw a more instinctive player at that position than Ray Lewis.
Zach Thomas too. Zach Thomas was very instinctive.
Yeah, he was very. But I think a reason why. Another thing about.
How about Kuechly?
No Luke Kuechly in this conversation. Go ahead, Ian. No Luke.
Yeah, Kuechly was good, but I'm not. He don't have the longevity that we considered in that category. But
yeah, go ahead.
Ray was just special, bro. I mean,
I'll tell you who's the best. I'll tell you who's the best since Ray left in 2012 because his career started in 2012.
Bobby Wagner.
You goddamn right.
You ain't gonna get no anyone about that.
I'm not gonna argue with you on that one, bro.
That dude is unreal. Special.
Bad boy.
Oh yeah.
Bad boy.
And I think the next will come up with White from
all-time linebacker core for you guys. Who's your all-time linebacker core?
That's too hard, man.
That's too many great players, Manzano.
Yeah. Can't do it.
I'll take a shot at it. I'm gonna go, and I'm coming from a 3-4 perspective. I'm gonna go LT.
Yes.
Yeah.
As one of my outside guys, I'm gonna go. Derek Thomas. You right, ball game. Damn, that is
hard.
Ray Lewis.
Damn. Let's go interior. I'm gonna say Ray Lewis is one inside guy. I'm gonna go with Bobby Wagner.
I agree with that.
As my second inside guy.
See how great that
other outside linebacker. Man, that's so man.
Derek Thomas.
Derek Thomas. There you go.
I mean, I love Derek Thomas too. I love him.
God damn, Derek Thomas. I saw every game he played, fellas. I'm telling
When
you, I
you
used to
guys
hang
have
out.
this argument, when people have this argument, guys, with like the best defensive line core, the best linebacker core, then the backfield, the defensive backfield, it's hard because you're comparing eras, and it was different.
A couple of weeks
I'm
ago,
gonna say this. I'm gonna say this
yeah.
to complete my linebacking core. Now, I'm not saying he is the second best outside linebacker ever, but I think from a talent, if you want to construct a perfect prototype,
Yeah.
I think Jason Taylor is the prototype. If you look at that year, the year that Nick Saban brought him up off the line of scrimmage and stood him up. I mean,
but Jason
that
Taylor
year he had.
Position, I felt like.
Yeah, Jason Taylor,
he was athletic. I mean, from man-to-man coverage, from zone coverage. Obviously, he's going to give you that dominant pass rusher. I think all around, Jason Taylor is a prototype. 6'6", long arms, 35-inch arms. He gives you everything you want. He's a prototype, in my opinion. But I'm not saying he ain't the second best outside linebacker, but I think he would be my.
In 2017, right? So I had this talk with him on NFL radio. He used to do it in the mornings, and I got the pleasure to talk to him the year before he made it to Canton. And I told him that I don't think you're going to make it your first year, but you'll definitely make it by your third year. And I thanked him for his tremendous career, and he was so gracious to me. And I told him that the reason why you didn't win was because of Jay Fiedler and Dave Wannstedt. I said that Surtain, Madison, and Zach, all four of if it was up to me, you'd be in Canton. But I said that, I told him, Fiedler and Wannstedt sabotage your a chance of winning a ring. He totally agreed with me. It's like I told Tomlinson when I spoke to him a few times, the Chargers sabotaged his career. He agreed with me. He said, when I think about it, you're right. I said, yeah. I said, think about it. You got dogged because you didn't get back in the championship game back in 2007 in Foxborough. When you came to New York, they loved you. But everywhere else, they treated you like the pariah. And he agreed with me. When he was here with the Jets, to me, that's the reason why not only did he get in, he had a lot of votes to get in. I think a big part of it was he was great on the Jets for that 1, 2, or 3 years he was here.
I think if he would have been more, if he'd have played probably in a 3-4, more so than a 4-3, I think, in his career, and they utilized him the way Nick Saban utilized him that year, those 2 years, I think he would have had more production and more impact on the game, because that year he was defensive player of the year. I mean, you look at like 19 sacks. He had like 7. Go ahead. What's that?
I don't think Cats back then even had an inkling of how to really even maximize his potential, though, man.
Mm-hmm. He said that, though. Jason Taylor even said that. He said, I remember they interviewed him and Nick Saban came up. He said, I don't hate. He said, I'm paraphrasing, but he said, I don't hate Nick Saban because he finally figured out how to maximize his potential.
Yeah, he
and I think him being, lining him up primarily with his hand in the dirt in a 4-3, that limited him. He has so much more potential. And you saw it that year when you saw the production you got from him when they finally figured out how to deploy him. So I think if he would have been more of an impactful player in terms of nationally. I think he would have got a lot of people would have a more favorable opinion of him.
No, I'm not talking about, when I talked about the favorable that outside when he was in New York, that it wasn't him I was talking about. I was talking about Tomlinson. I think Tomlinson from that Patriot game, he got dogged nationally, bro. His image was tarnished because of that championship game in New England that year, but he didn't play in the second half. He just sat there, one of those big Parkers on him and sitting on the bench. Not Taylor. Taylor was already I think the thing that happened to Taylor was that he went back to Miami to retire, and that game against the Jets and everything. I think that really. I mean, I am still shocked to this day that he made it as the first ballot, and his speech was phenomenal. In my opinion, he's one of the great players I've ever seen play. I really mean, I'm not being biased.
I would agree. I would definitely.
He was a tremendous player. And it's a shame, like I told him, and he agreed with me that because of Fiedler and that idiot coach, he never got a chance to play in the Super Bowl. Or none of them did.
And
except for Madison.
And see, you see players with that kind of athleticism, they're just better deployed in a 3-4 format. You look at Von Miller, you look at Khalil Mack. You know what I mean? They're in a systems with 3-4 base that truly maximize all of their athleticism. And you see that you look at Von Miller. Von Miller is considered probably the one of the 2 or 3 elite rushers in his era. Khalil Mack is on that same trajectory. So I just think if Jason Taylor had that benefit, he would have got his production would have increased, and not in our eyes because we all have that. We have a high level of respect for him, but I just think people would have looked, in terms of nationally, they would look at him a little different as from an all-time great perspective. I think. I think he gets shortchanged a lot. In that regard.
Yeah, London Fletcher was a beast. He was especially when he was in Buffalo. He was a beast, linebacker. Yeah, I agree with that. Oh, don't smoke rocks. I'm watching the game too, bro, on the side. Yeah, I think that I was very happy for Sam. He got another ring 2 years ago now with the Chiefs as their DB coach. So he's beginning to collect rings. I was happy for him with the Giants that he got his ring, and I just ashamed that Thomas, Taylor, Daryl Gardner, Tim Bones, the names of that defense that Jimmy built. Wow. If we can have that again in Miami, I'll be very happy. Or for this time, you take a Javonte Williams in the second round, away we go.
Wait, Ian, we missed the ball game. Let me ask you a question. I didn't really hear everything when you were talking about Patrick Surtain Jr. Do you think he can translate to be a strong safety? Do the same things that Rowe does?
I mean, that's tough to say until you see him do it. You can sit here and play.
To me, he's a better tackler. He's a sure tackler.
Than who, Eric Rowe? You think?
Yeah. Well, what I see in college, he's at this
point, you think he's a better tackler than Eric Rowe?
Yeah, because what I see in college, I see tackling is tackling.
I disagree. Maybe Eric Rowe coming out.
He's not a headhunter. He's a wrap up and drive you back tackler. He's not that kind of guy. Watch his tape. I watching it.
This is why when you talk about comparisons, when you're comparing college players to pro players, bro, and you say that a college player is better than the pro player at this,
but I'm just saying his tackling. Eric Rowe is trying to line you up and hit him with his shoulder half the time. He's not trying to wrap up half the time. All the time he's not. He's not. He get ran over 3 times, sometimes 3 or 4 times. I see him get ran over. When he had the sheer tackle, but he trying to buff him with his shoulder.
But you know what though? I mean, he's defending, tight ends, bro, primarily.
Yeah, but I'm gonna say this to you right now. He's bigger than Eric Rowe. You understand? He's 6'2", 200 or something pounds already. When he get his grown man, where he could be 215. Think about that. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking about years, two or three. I give most college players coming to the NFL 3 years. After those 3 years, if you're not done anything after 3 years, I don't know what to say. I can't say you're trash after 1 year.
I mean, it's just tough to project players like that, especially, collegiate players. A player plays this position, in college. Well, you're drafting him, okay, and then you're just gonna try to, try to train him to play a completely different position. That's a tough transition, bro. It's not an easy feat, and that's why.
But that's why he's gonna be. If he drafts him, he's gonna be a rookie. He can learn. He can do the same thing they're doing with Brandon Jones. To me, Brandon Jones is there to take Bobby McCain's job. That is my opinion.
Well,
I think it's gonna be the other way around, truthfully.
What you think gonna take Eric Rose's job?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. He's a very physical tackler. That's what I like.
And they're gonna bring another young guy in to learn Bobby.
Who you think who is gonna take Eric Rose's job?
No, I'm saying Jones. Jones is gonna be his.
Oh yeah. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But I think Eric Rose is not going anywhere. I think the player that if they're gonna move off one of them at some point, but I think it'll be Bobby McCain. But this is what I think.
Bobby McCain. I think it's Eric Rose.
No.
Okay. Well, this is what I think.
Bobby McCain was setting up the defense, bro.
Let me tell you why it's gonna be Bobby over Eric, and it'll be this because Bobby, nobody else in that secondary can do what Eric Rowe does with tight end.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's a special skill set that he has.
It is.
You can't really just go grab a guy and say, "Hey, go do that." He took everything he learned in New England and cultivated, and that skill set is the reason why Flores even bought him in.
Yep.
Because he was able to do that, and he showed he was able to do that up there, even in New England. So until they gotta have to find Brandon. Brandon is doing a pretty decent job of mimicking it to some degree, but he still got a ways to go. But that's Eric Rose's claim to fame. He is the tight end eraser.
Mm-hmm. And also, ball game. I think you see those multiple reports coming out about Noah Igbenogany. He's going to be given every opportunity to man that slot position.
Yeah.
I think they're going to start transitioning Needham to free safety. That's our future free safety, I think.
Well, you got to resign Needham.
Yeah, give him the same contract you gave Eric Rowe.
But he'll be cheaper at free safety. But he'll be cheaper at free safety than he will be at corner.
Yeah,
the contract will be cheaper. So I'm good with that. I mean, we talked about that. We talked about that.
Yeah.
A while back. That.
Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
We did.
Put him at safety. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think they're gonna start transitioning Needham at some point to free safety because he from a coverage standpoint, he better than Bobby McCain ever was. You never saw Bobby McCain guard number one wide receivers. You never saw that. You saw Needham do it in 2019 at a fairly high level. You saw him this year, the third-rated slot guy in the entire NFL this year. So from a coverage standpoint, Bobby McCain has never been on the level of Nick Needham. But Nick Needham is better, I think, at the line of scrimmage. I think he's
one year he did was higher. He was a higher rated slot corner at one time.
Oh no! Stop.
Stop. He was. If you want to go by the statistics,
stop. Stop it.
Come on now. If you want to, you just
the year they paid him. The year they paid him.
When did you see?
Yes, he was one of the highest rated slot corners.
No, he wasn't the highest. He was not the highest. He probably was top 5.
Tell him, ball game, please.
He wasn't the highest.
He wasn't the highest, but he was one of the highest.
Yeah,
that's what I said. I just said top 5. But when did you ever see Bobby McCain go on the boundary and guard the opposing team's number one wide receiver? Well, thank you. I'll wait.
I'm not. I like Needham, but I will replace him before I'm not as high as on him as you. I like him, but I'm not that high on him. So it is what it is.
Nah, I like him because he proved me wrong.
Yeah, man. Y'all knew me and Ball Game used to go back and forth about Needham, bro. Yeah. I told y'all, Needham, Ball Game, Needham always got his issues. You
did more for him than his agent did, shit.
Ball Game, he owe me a check, bro. Yeah. And see, people coming at me for leading that for hyping Tua up. No, really, I was hyping Nick Needham up more than Tua because nobody knew about Nick Needham. I was like, bro, this is the player. This is the player we need to be taking a look at.
I'll take this to midnight. You guys are rocking it. Scummy said, Jeremiah Bell. bring the doodle bully. I don't know what that means. Scummy just said if Noah ball, if Noah ball out, let X go for picks. Yeah, we was talking about that by hours.
Oh, but see that he missing it.
I don't want to do that, man. I don't want to do that.
No, monogamy is not ready to take over on the outside, bro. So
he's not ready.
He gonna be an interior guy before he's an outside guy. So
yeah, but ball game. If you trade him to Philly for the 6th pick, you could take this guy at 3. You'd be happy. The cornerback from Virginia Tech. You'd be happy.
No, I like it. I like Noah. I'm sorry. I like Noah.
I'm talking about trading that. If you're gonna transition Needham, if we're gonna transition Needham to free safety, we still get the guy down in the inside, bro.
Yeah.
And I like that. I like that pit bull mentality that Noah has because I think he can match up a little bit better in there also.
I think Quinte heard the news earlier tonight, so I'll let him know. Last night it came out that the Chris Greer said Quinte that definitely the 3rd pick is in play, and the target teams that will want to come up to get a quarterback or whatever is Carolina at 8, Denver at 9.
As long as we get 2 second-round picks.
That's crazy that I said Carolina like 2.5 months ago.
I said it. Yeah, I've been saying it for the last couple of weeks, man. And a guy like Pete played himself tonight when he was coming up here talking about that the Dolphins said about and Quinte don't know about this. I don't think you do either. Pete came up here talking about the Dolphin sources talked about Watson. I said, Pete, that's just
they're not going to get Watson, man. They're not going to get him.
Yeah, I moved past it.
That's a smoke screen, man.
I moved past that. I'm focusing, and me and EM had a little pushback, but respect earlier about I want the Dolphins to hit on 7 of those draft picks.
They're gonna do everything. They be stupid not to fucking see what the Texans are asking for Watson. But I think at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, especially with the way the cap is now, as opposed to what they anticipated it possibly going to be. It just don't make a whole lot of sense for us. So, but they have to do their due diligence of checking in on it anyway. Because if the Houston Texans really are smart, they're gonna have to move off of him at some point.
You starting to hear them reports, ball game, about the Dolphins gonna be clearing up cap space. They're gonna be clearing up cap space, bro.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Rumor, yeah, Quinte, if you don't know.
But I think they're gonna get a lot of offensive players. I have a feeling.
Me personally, I was asked this question. So for me, I would prefer to have somebody with a little bit of that's already performed at a high level in the NFL, guarding to his backside. I love the kids. I mean, I love Sewell, but like for me, a Brown, if we could pull off a trade with the Ravens to get something, to get Brown and then pay him comparable money, so he's comfortable making a salary bigger than the one that he only gonna make $920,000 this season.
Let me ask you this, Coach, and Quinte and EM. Would you give the 18th pick for Brown?
No, I'm not doing that. No.
Oh no, man, I don't know.
I'll get that 36.
36 though. They can have that 36.
I'll get that 36.
Okay.
I don't know, dog. Then
I'm not coming up off 18.
What if we trade down? We get another 1st-round pick and a 2nd-round pick.
You could do that too.
Don't matter. I'm not gonna overreach. I mean, they got a guy. That, he was a 3rd-round pick. He played his stuff. You know what I mean? He played
like the
1st-round pick, but that ain't the case. I'm not gonna compensate you for misdrafting a guy that everybody missed on. You know what I mean? Like. I'll give you a second.
Okay.
I'll give you a second, but I ain't gonna give you no 3rd one.
I think that 36 pick is more than fair compensation for him. I'm not coming up off that 18. I'm sorry.
Nope.
No, I'm cool with
but if it was me, I'd rather.
I'd rather Ravens anyway.
Yeah, I'd rather go. I would rather get on the phone with the Saints and see what it's going to take to get Ramchick. Yep.
That's
what I'm doing.
You took it with the 18th for him.
Oh, you can have it.
Yeah, he's
I would be more willing to. I'll be reluctant to do it, but I mean, I'll say this: I'd rather invest that A2 pick in him as opposed to Orlando Brown.
There you go.
He is more proven. I guess say that much. I can't hear you.
That's fair. That's good. No, I heard what you said, bro. I'm
He
cool
was
with
a
it.
third round pick, but he was a number 30. He was a first round pick, so and he lived up to all of his drafting. I mean, they actually probably took him a lot later than he should have been taken. He should have probably been taken earlier, but he played his ass off for all 4 years so far. So, yeah, I can justify that.
Michael Dieter's. That's Michael Dieter's boy. That's his teammate.
Exactly. That's another reason why I do it too. Reunite.
What you think? What you think about this ball game? I think in terms of, I mean, we can all agree that the Dolphins are going to look to upgrade that line either at center or right tackle. What direction do you think
that kid from Wisconsin, wherever that school is?
What in terms of making a big investment, like giving a big contract in free agency or investing like a first round pick at the right tackle position? What direction do you think the Dolphins go in? Do they make the most investment in right tackle or center?
Right tackle.
Right tackle.
I agree.
I totally agree.
Because I believe that they're going to bring somebody in to compete with Michael Dieter, but it's Dieter's job to job to lose.
They already let it be known. They're all over that.
I like Dieter, man. Dieter is most athletic.
The only thing that plagued Dieter in the first season was the fact that Dieter just wasn't physically strong enough.
Well, yet
he needed.
I just think he was out of position. I think his natural position is center. I said that from day one. I said, bro, Dieter's just out of position at this level. And the Dolphins that very next summer, you started seeing in reports, Dieter could have he possibly could be transitioning to center. And I think the Dolphins hit it. I think Dieter has everything you need. Only thing we need to see him do is he able to get the communication down and he developed that cohesion with Tua.
Right.
Hell yeah, he did it in college. He did it at Wisconsin.
I go out on a limb and say that the only reason Karras actually held on to the job was because, one, with all of the shortened amount of time that they actually had to actually be on the field and practicing and all that type of stuff, it was just easier to stick with Karras. But Dieter was right there listening to everything. And, you know what I mean?
And Dieter was the first one off the bench.
You know what, ball game? I think Dieter. You know how the concerns we have with selecting like we talked about Isaiah Simmons last year, or like potentially Michael Parsons.
Parsons this year,
how we're reluctant to select them high because they're versatile, but what are they great at?
Right.
I think Dieter, because of his versatility that he displayed at Wisconsin, he played every position. But did he ever get an opportunity to master one?
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think that's what Dieter. The problem. I think Dieter kind of fell through the cracks in that regard. He just never got an opportunity to truly master one position.
Right.
And that could be a reason why we saw him struggle. Well, I think that's probably the number one reason we saw him struggle at guard. So now him getting an opportunity, again, I think naturally center is better for him. But he's had a year now to train to train specifically for that position.
Even in the limited reps they gave him, bro, I saw a completely different aggression level. I saw a completely different strength level to him. And I mean, that joker was legitimately out there moving folk.
The game when he played the rest of the game, and that's the game. The Offman got 120 yards rushing.
Yeah,
they kept rushing off his side.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask the question again. If you guys would be good if they took that kid from Wisconsin, wherever, in the third round?
Who? What guy?
He's from Wisconsin something. A small school.
You're talking
about you talking about to do with the
that small school, Washington Whitewater.
Yeah, that's it.
Whitewater.
Yeah, he's the center. You guys would be good if they took him in the third, fourth round?
Well,
I think he might go in second round by that
competition.
You seeing them reports that
he might go second.
I haven't seen the reports yet, but I will.
You seen the reports coming out? The Dolphins. There's a lot of intrigue from the Dolphins.
Oh, they love him. They love him. Flores and Greer love him. Yeah, EM's right there. That's why I brought it up because that's the one kid they are hot on. Dieter has been developing and trying for 2 seasons. Now, hopefully, he can grow. You know what, Pete? You're right. You know what the problem is now? And I've been trying to say this to you, my Dolphin brothers, for weeks. Flores wants to win now. So if you haven't cut it by now, after 2 years of Brian Flores, you're in the doghouse. You're in trouble.
I will say this though, he was really giddy when he brought up Dieter. He wasn't asked about Dieter. He brought him up. He said, "I am very excited for that kid's future."
Yep.
So,
yeah, I can see that. I don't have an argument.
Yeah, I like Dieter. I like Dieter a lot. I like him a lot. So,
Scummy says, but Jonathan Martin. So no, yeah. I ain't gonna get into Jonathan Martin, brother, but like I was saying,
Jonathan Martin messed up our team.
That was 3 regimes ago. No knock on you, Scummy. No knock on you. I just not doing Jonathan Martin. I just am excited. I'm glad Greer announced that yesterday about the pick, and they're gonna. I've been saying it for weeks, but that Greer said the week before the Super Bowl that the third pick was in play. I said it up here, and
he said that officially yesterday.
Yeah, according to the story. Let me get the story here.
How did I miss that?
Guys,
man, I don't know, but listen to this. Do you know how crazy it is that a team is willing to take a $30+ million cap hit just to get rid of a player?
Which player is this? Oh, the Eagles.
Carson Wentz, man.
Carson Wentz.
Yeah.
That tells you. That tells you, bro.
No, he didn't want to be there no more. He said
he lost the team. No, what it was Jalen. Jalen got a chance to play, and them guys love playing with Jalen more.
Yeah, you're right.
That's really what it came down to. They love playing with Jalen more. Win or lose, they love his energy, bro. Like motherfuckers was legitimately arguing in the. They were ready to jump on Peterson, the coach.
I think they really more than anything. I think they wanted to play with anybody other than Carson Wentz. Just wasn't necessarily Jalen. I think they wanted anybody.
They like Jalen, man.
Oh, I just had the damn story up. Sorry, fellas. Just had it up. Come on. All right.
But yeah, that I think that that compensation they got, they lucky to even get that. To be honest with you, ball game.
Yeah.
To get a team to take on that contract, and also, I mean, man, he's been on a downward trajectory the last 3 years, and he just finally nosedived last year. He ain't been the same athlete. He ain't been the same player since that ACL tear, and he's still a quarterback that relies heavily on his athleticism as opposed to structure. And that's a recipe for disaster. When you take in Lamar, and I caution all Baltimore Raven fans, Lamar Jackson is another one. If that kid don't develop, we're gonna see him just like Robert Griffin III, just like you've seen with Carson Wentz. God forbid, I'm knocking on wood. I'm knocking on wood, but if that kid If that athleticism is taken from him by injury, it's a wrap. It is a wrap.
Yeah. Speculation is that the Miami Dolphins are getting calls for 3rd overall pick. So recently there was speculation in some media circles that the Miami Dolphins are getting phone calls already about the 3rd overall. And if that's true, it's a good thing. This is really early in the process of the draft pick trading, as many teams want to wait until draft day to ensure they get the guy they want. This year could be a little different. While some believe it will be New York Jets who will take home a bounty for the number 2 overall pick, I am of the belief that the Miami's 3rd pick is more valuable. If we rationalize this, the Dolphins hold the spot to be in. The reason is simple. It is almost universally believed that the Jets will take quarterback at number 2. Even if they are giving that impression, teams are going to believe them, and that means if they start taking phone calls, they are not really all that set on doing so. In that case, why stay on the phone? It would be cheaper to trade to 3. If the Jets do in fact draft a QB, then 2 would be off the board, with Atlanta potentially taking 1. Miami's 3rd has value. If the Jets don't take a QB and draft Penei Sewell or a receiver, then again the Dolphins' 3rd becomes a hot spot to move up, because a QB wanting team would have their choice of the remaining top 2, Zach Wilson and Justin Fields. Yeah,
it's been my story all night.
But Greer didn't come out and say officially that it was in play, though.
He said that a couple of weeks ago. Told you guys.
No, this is just speculation. I mean, we can all come to conclusions. But I mean, the fact that
I just feel I agree with all the reports when the Dolphins announced it a couple of weeks ago, the Friday before the Super Bowl, which was the week before. I told everybody up here on the Friday night, Dolphins said the 3rd pick is, the word is Dolphins said 3rd pick is in play. I do agree with them. You gotta be a fool. If you're going with Tua, which I believe they are, Carolina, Denver, they're gonna be dying to come up. What's up, Tack?
Yeah. I thought he officially came out and said, "Hey, the 3rd pick is in play." This is all speculation. We can all.
It's too early for all that, anyway.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Again, they said a couple of weeks ago, word was 3rd pick was in play.
Well, yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it is.
I do agree with them with that too, because if you're going to go with Tua, why do you need a quarterback? Carolina and now Denver, they're dying to get a quarterback. So, hey, smart move by them.
Denver Denver in the running trying to get Deshaun while you bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, Pete said,
why you want to give up on Lock so fast? I don't want to
give up on who?
Drew Lock so fast.
I don't know why Denver wants to, but Denver said they're going for a quarterback. So they
need more than the quarterback.
Their receiving core though is damn good when they're
they got an embarrassment of riches at the skill positions.
Yes, they do.
But the defense the defense is good, but they're missing some pieces.
They got a top 10 defense. What you talking about, Quinn?
I'm talking about some pieces though. They got a top 10 front. The front 7 is legit. This is the secondary. I feel besides Simmons.
I do agree with that.
I agree with. They're moving out. They're gonna probably move out Von Miller to free up space just so they can afford that contract that they're gonna have to sign Deshaun to. Watch them figure it out.
You think that's where he's going?
Yep.
I don't know. I think I don't think the Dolphins. It's going to have to be some team to just trade away. They just have to blow them away because I think the Dolphins are in play as long as the trade works out for both sides. But Houston is going to try to get as much as they can from anybody, especially the Dolphins. So, if the price is reasonable, I think the Dolphins will be. I just think if Deshaun Watson, I think he really wants to come to Miami. I truly believe that, and it's just a matter of whether the Dolphins, want to pay that bill and pay that price tag. But as long as it's reasonable and it works out for both sides, I think the Dolphins will be in play.
Pete said Deshaun Watson coming to the Dolphins. I don't see the Jets passing up on Sewell. If they do, the Texans getting Sewell at 3.
He won't that. He hates Tua so much, Barger.
Yes,
he won't anybody. He won't anybody as our quarterback other than Tua Tagovailoa, bro. He hates that. He hates that kid that much.
Yeah, he said trade X to the Detroit Lions. Let Detroit make him the highest paid. Give us 2 first rounds and let Howard show Okuda how to shut it down. Man,
I just think that
oh my goodness.
I think a couple of weeks ago, like I told you guys up here, when word was he was putting the third pick in play. I thought that was brilliant. I think that was brilliant by him.
He should.
I mean,
the trade down is ideal for the Dolphins.
Perfect. Of any team in the
ideal.
top 3, it's ideal for them more than anybody else because
trade down, stay in the top 10, still get a quality blue chip player.
And I'll say it again. I know you guys gave me pushback a couple of weeks ago. They want to clean up on what they saw at that Senior Bowl, and I don't blame them. Just get the right fit of guys, but forget the scheme, fits the locker room, bro, and you're going to be good. You're going to be what I predict they will be. You know, a lot of people think, it's a joke. I don't think it's a joke. I think this team has arrived. They just have to hit with the picks. Don't get cute. Don't get guys and then tell fans, oh, they're developing. Instant in the lineup. And if the guys can ball, but they have to wait their turn, then that's death when it comes to injuries. Me and EM discussed that earlier. That'll be team death.
So my boy is back, man. They say he running, looking good. Foot is healed up. Preston.
Ooh.
He would have been ready if he made it to the playoffs.
Yeah. They say he back running full speed, planting and cutting and everything. So see what that's gonna look like, man. I really want that dude to take the next step, man. If he can stay healthy, man.
Me too, bro. Me too. I'm telling you.
How do you guard that, bro? How do you guard 6?
I know. 6'5" like that, and he got enough speed to threaten corners.
Yes.
And man, that moves like that. In ball game, you ain't never heard Xavier Howard is quiet. You know that. He ain't never mumbled a word about a receiver that I know to my knowledge. But that dude said, man, that dude will be special.
Yeah.
Special.
He did. That's true.
So that carries a lot of weight coming from Xavier Howard, bro.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Preston was down there giving them fits, man.
Yeah.
He is a matchup. He is a matchup nightmare.
And these people want to get rid of and Parker too. Parker when he helped. Now it's a big question mark, but Parker is a matchup nightmare as well. And people want to just get rid of them. That's what made me so damn mad over the course of the year. These people. No, we just need to get rid of them and bring in all Alabama players. That's ridiculous.
I think
that's ridiculous.
You can have the one over the top and the one who can. Like Parker.
Here's a problem. Here's the problem.
We ain't gonna talk.
Parker at 6'3", Williams at 6'5".
Stay there.
On the boundaries, most teams don't even have a guy that can physically match their size out there.
Yep.
Right. So that in itself is an advantage to the offense right out the gate. Right. The tallest corner in the league right now that I know of is the kid Westry that played. And I don't even think he's playing for anybody right now. But Jalen Ramsey starters. Jalen Ramsey is the next guy up at 6'2".
6'2". Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Yep. Everybody else is coming in at 5'11", 6 foot, 6.5 foot, but that's it. Right? And you got these receivers out here moving down the field looking like fucking gazelles. You know what I mean? At 6'5". Preston Williams move hella good, bro, to be 6'5".
Oh, he does, bro. I think people, and this is a kid that he's what, 23? Yep. He ain't even learned the position yet.
All right, boys.
He ain't even learned it yet.
I'm gonna wrap this up. I love you guys. Final words, Quinte.
I just like to be up and listen to the good games. Especially ball game.
You enjoy
no offense to you.
I hear you.
Be up here draft night, bro. These guys are going to be explosive. Thank you, Quinte. You have a good weekend. Go ahead, ball game. You added fire to this platform tonight. Go ahead, bro.
No, man, I was already speaking the truth, man. I just figured I'd come
as
through.
Always.
I figured I'd just come through and just clarify my position on who I think the better guys was. Obviously, it had to be me that Pete was arguing with, but like the tape the tape don't lie, bro. So he can go back and watch the tape, and maybe he'll change his
Cannot
mind.
wait to have you up here for the
Don't
draft,
do
bro.
that.
You're gonna add so much.
So
You're
Tan,
gonna add so much, man. Thank you so much.
so Tan is
Hey,
not. So Tan,
Sertan,
so Tan is an amazing athlete, but he ain't Caleb Farley, and I think that's gonna be the consensus on draft night too when they get pulled off the board and people see that. So maybe then I don't know. I mean, I know what he did at St. Thomas Aquinas, and I know what I saw him doing at Alabama, and I saw regression. So that's all I did was coach secondary. I mean, I coached secondary, and I was a defensive coordinator. I know what I'm looking at, and I saw regression. So
I appreciate your knowledge, bro. Cannot wait to have you. If you want to come by for the Combine Pro Days, you're welcome, bro. I know EM's gonna be with me. You're welcome.
That's what's up.
I appreciate you so much. And how's Mama doing? Good.
Yeah, she's straight, man. She's straight.
Good. Next time you see her, you say, Mama. I love those pork chops for lunch, bro. That's us brothers. That's how we roll. Our age, that's how we roll, bro. Appreciate you, bro. Serious. I wish I had some damn pork chops right now. I'm serious. I don't give a damn if it's near midnight. I'll eat them right now with some rice and gravy, bro, and some green peppers and onions on top of the rice right now. EM, it's all yours, bro. Take us out, bro.
Yeah, man, it's always a pleasure to sit and talk about.
I love you, man. I love all you guys. You know that, bro. I love all you guys so much, man. I mean, you guys make my job so much easier.
There's very few people in this community I have a high level of respect for. A ball game he's definitely at the top of that list.
Likewise, man. Likewise, brother. Likewise.
Both of you, all three. Quinte's good too. I mean, I like his analysis.
I don't know about Quinn, but definitely
I ain't on that level.
Sure.
So.
But
I ain't on that level.
But for sure, ball game it's always a pleasure to sit and talk with him. But yeah, man, any way I can help contribute, bro. Mace, we got the combine coming up, draft obviously, and free agency, and any way I contribute, bro. If I got the time, I definitely.
Both of you, all three, you got the place up here. I appreciate all three of you so much, and I just want to say to our audience, this is what you get. If you care about football, NFL football, combine, draft, even high school football, with Quinte and ball game and EM. Remember, EM's from Texas. High school football, you get the best up here. I want to thank all three of my brothers up here. I appreciate you guys so much. For Mr. Miami, Scummy, Pete, outstanding as always. Tack, stick around. Let me see who else was up here tonight. Boy, I had a hell of a night tonight. The Eye from the Sky, people were great. Sean Jones, as usual. Haifu was here tonight. Joe Zapata. For everybody, I love you guys so much. Lou Shirley, have a great trip to Vegas, and we'll talk Bears when you come back with that sad situation. Remember, no drinking, no partying, no smoking, no drugs, no sex, no women. I love you. I'll see you on Monday. Here, football again. It's football all the time here.
Hey, before y'all head out, when Mace ends the show, hang out just for a bit. I got just a couple of questions for y'all.
Okay, my man SKC. He's gonna be my man who's gonna do my intros for me for the show, and I'm so happy that we finally connected after 3 months, bro. How's the baby?
Oh man, growing, moving fast, and oh man, I'm happy, man. Happy.
Good night from the Oasis. I'm gonna keep this crew here. I love you guys. I'll see you Monday afternoon. I'll come on a little early for you, and whatever's happening was happening at that time. I don't expect much happening, but listen, if there's a monster trade, if the Dolphins do get Watson or whoever, if they make the Carolina trade, I'll come on right away, live, breaking in, and we'll all talk about it. I love you, everybody. Have a good weekend. Good night from the Oasis, everybody. Keep supporting. The channel is growing more and more now by the day. I love you. Good night, everybody. Go ahead, Cool.